Okay. Hmm. Hello, Enrique. How you doing? How you doing, buddy? Oh. Okay. Hello, Caleb. So we're about ready to do a little bit of this and a little bit of that. Why does it say no data there? You know what? No one ever knows what YouTube is doing. YouTube's kind of like the weird runt of the streaming list, isn't it, right? I did use safe. I did. We found a cafe that was like a cat shelter. So you went in there and everything smelled of cat, and there was just cats walking around everywhere. And you sat there, had a coffee, petted the cats, and all. It was very nice. I bet all the cats, yeah, all the cats. I pet all the cats. I touched some grass, and that's about it. Coffee and a pair. That's right. So it's so nice to be back to my keyboard. Very happy about that. Okay, so we're gonna try to bump the version today, but there was something I left yesterday that I didn't like, and I'll show you. Okay, see, there's a template error there. Ooh, and there was a bug. I think I can get the bug replicated if I do this. See, this one will tell you which template the error is from now, but this one will not. And that is because I don't want to pass the template path around all the time. But I don't know. We need to do something about that. We need some kind of attach that. But I thought I was doing that yesterday, only to realize they were actually checking out the parent ID, so we can't get that. So I need to undo all of that. Hello, QuickSight. How you doing? Should we get these things sorted, maybe? And everything. What a song that is. All right, right. It's a vibe. I haven't streamed for a while. I am so incredibly relaxed from this holiday. But I'll try not to sing out loud. Okay, so we need to go to one of our contexts. That would be the layout context, maybe. And we're going to find a function in here called... No, it's the eval context. Get component and get component path. These two has to go. Oh, sometimes Monkey Moon. Sometimes sometimes that is the right choice. But that was more in my younger days. Okay, so what should we do here? Okay, game time. Mm. Mm-hmm. No? No, Spiral. But which one? So this would be an early one. There we go, right? 99. Nice. That joke jives, Monkey Moon. Someone made a meme. My next metal album font or whatever it was, and then it's just a bunch of it's just a picture of a bunch of trees, right? That's because you can't read the font. Oh, well, I can't find it. There you go. That's the one. That's an old meme. Okay. So we have to make this good. How should we do that? Hello, Zucchini. Oh, it was so good. I had a great time in Sweden. Gothenburg's really nice, and we went to some other places too. We stayed at this really cool hotel in one place that had like a built-in gym and like a proper gym, not just a hotel room with some dumbbells in it, like the one in Gothenburg. The one in Gothenburg was so disappointing. I was like, oh, they got a gym in the hotel, and generally they are like hotel gyms are like one cable machine and a bunch of boring shit. All right, but this one had free weights, which was good. It had 2 racks of free weights. It had like the smaller ones for your lat raises and stuff, and then it had like 2 benches and a dumbbell rack and a cable machine and a squat rack, and that's literally all I need to do anything, right? So I was really excited. Went there early in the morning before anyone else gets there. Some dude's running on a treadmill, but I mean, cardio's for nerds, right? And so I start lifting, and then I go to use the cable machine, and someone has taken the pin out of the cable machine. So there's only a pin on one side, and for some reason, someone had left a spoon in the machine. There's like a little compartment in the machine, and someone left a spoon there. And what prompted you to bring a spoon into the gym in the first place, right? Like, why is there a spoon here? But who steals the pin? What kind of D-bag steals the pin? I looked around because I thought maybe just roll on the floor or whatever, but no. Someone obviously nicked it because they're like D-bags. So that was really annoying. But the last gym we went to, the hotel, I had tennis courts, badminton, squash, climbing wall, and a proper gym and all that. So we played tennis, badminton, bowling. We played some bowling as well, right? It's a very active holiday, right? Afterwards, we're like, man, we need to take a holiday from this holiday, right? Because there's a lot going on here, right? So very busy. Now you can't use the spoon as a pin. I thought about that, but that's a non-starter, right? But yeah, I think so. Gothenburg had a really cool restaurant called Blackstone where they served you food like a thick steak on one of those like heated lava stones, and it was like warm forever, right? While you were eating the meal, that thing was just warm, right? And you ate the meal. You could just like cut a piece off and then like touch it on both sides so it gets warm. Because normally when you eat steak, it's gonna be cold, right? You cook it. If you're one of the people who rests it, then go for that, right? Um, but by the time you get to eating your steak, right, it generally tends to be a little bit like lukewarm or whatever. So to be able to just like quickly uh, flash it on both sides gave you like warm food. I mean, it was cold in the middle, obviously, but that's just how steak is, right? And they had this jalapeno cream thing that was so good. Man, I've eaten so much food. It was so good. Um, but yeah, no, I think the hotel with all the stuff in it, that was really fun because you had like all the things you could do in the hotel, and we weren't like in the middle of a city. We're like a couple of kilometers outside of it. There was an Ironman competition going on, so we managed to leave before they started, though, right? But that was a bit stressful, right? But yeah, no, I had a really good time on my holiday, and we didn't even blow that much money. Um, well, it doesn't work if your grandma already ate your steak. Okay. Yeah. No, it was. I mean, I don't like them blue, right? I want them to be a little bit cooked, but I don't want them gray either, right? So, but this thing where you could like cook it and eat it, or like when you eat it at the same time, it was so good. That place was like really good. Then we went to some place called A6, which was like a shopping center, and we ate some pretty decent Asian cuisine there. I think it was Korean or Vietnamese rather. Vietnamese cuisine. They had like the Vietnamese spring rolls. That was so, but I had some other stuff that I don't remember the name of. That was really good as well. A lot of chicken. Mm. Oh man, I watched them train for it, Doddy, and there were these dudes swimming in the mankiest water ever. Right, like the water was insanely disgusting. I have no idea how anyone would swim in that, but they had dry suits or wetsuits on, but still, I'm just thinking like you accidentally get like a cut or something, you're probably gonna die from dysentery or whatever, right? I don't know. I'm not a doctor, but yeah, that was really good. I had a great time. Um, I was kind of hoping to run into like someone. I met one dude I know, and we hung out at his place for a bit and cooked dinner there. He had bought a brand new smoker, so we were playing around with that as well. That was really good, right? No idea, monkey, but I mean, the Olympics was such a wash, wasn't it? Did any of you care about the Olympics? To me, it was like, ugh, I'm done with this, okay? I don't care about the Olympics. I remember how annoying it was in 2012. I was like, yeah, I want to go to work. No, can't do that. No, I don't care about the Olympics. You know what I miss the most though? I miss my keyboard. I really do. This is not just a shell. I genuinely miss my keyboard. I tried to work on my phone in the car, and I just thought if I had my keyboard, I could have done that. Then I started looking into what it would be like to have some kind of battery powered Raspberry Pi combo. And in the end, I just thought, why don't I just buy a new battery for my laptop and be done with it? So I'm probably going to do that, right? I barely watch the World Cup, right? Olympics is for Hercules. I mean, even he gave up. He's like, this stuff now, I'm done. Okay, so we're gonna fix this. So we need to get the component path or from the tree. Well, we can't get it from the tree, so that one is a non-starter. So we need to get the path here somehow. And how can we do that? We could borrow from the. No, we can't do that either. Ah. Hmm. I think we're just gonna set this to none for now. Okay, so we can't do that. Wait, did I get rid of a function that I actually need? Yeah, I need the get component. That one can't go anywhere. This one can go though. And then we'll get rid of the tree from there. We're not using that. Oh, this song again. Oh, well, it's all right then. Okay. We're gonna add a little bit of a to-do here. Whoops. So many of these. Hello, Armadon. How you doing? I'm doing great, mate. Well, none is the absence of value, Johnny. So we're just saying that we don't have a path right now, so we can't point to which template is bugging out. So if I do this and I break the template like this is a parse error. So we can say which template path it is that this is failing to parse in, right? But we kind of need to. Oh, here's the error. Oh, all right, I'm gonna chase this one down as well today. Okay, let's see if I can replicate that. Okay, and if I fix this and then break it, yeah, all right, it's consistent. Right. Oh, I have values. I have so many values. I don't even know what to do with them, right? Okay, but what we're gonna do today is we're gonna get rid of some warnings. Okay, so in our layout module 113, we have a document that is not needed, so we can get rid of that one. And on 16, we have a tree that we don't need. Don't need that. Okay, we have one more warning, path buff. Right, no more warnings, cool. All right, so the next thing to do is to look at, let's look at the like variable stuff. Let's see what we have for now, right? This is all nonsense. Okay, so this is going to be about the error messages, right? Yes, so we have better errors here. That's what we have. Get real stuff. Yeah. Which branch are we on? Let's switch to a feature better errors. Oh, that's an issue there. Okay. No, come on, man. Two 6 1. That is just called get mute now. Yeah, we're good. Still missing widget. Template path. Oh, right. That's not good. Is this Clippy freaking out or what? No, in templates, I've broken something. Yeah, look at that. Let's go to this one. Okay, what are we missing here? Right, so this one is for tests only. I don't know. We had such a good time that we might actually pop back to Sweden. It was great. We did so much stuff that it would be nice to go there and not do anything, right? But there was like good food and relaxing. Well, some of the stuff was relaxing, right? But good food and in general enjoyment, just being there and hanging out with people there was quite nice too. So we might go there again. We'll see. Did you visit the north? No, man. The north can suck it. Okay, I'm sorry to tell you this, Janea, but there's nothing but snow and devilish polar bears up there. Wouldn't go there. Isn't the food expensive? I mean, it was, but eating out cost us about 15 euros per person, which isn't too bad. But yeah, it's expensive. If you drink, it's even more expensive, but I don't, so it's a non-issue for me. Okay, so we need to include the component source here. How is this ever working? Did you sauna? No, but the guy we were hanging out with, he's a bass player in a band too. He had a sauna in his house, but no one wanted to sauna. How do I survive without drinking? I survive by not drinking. Drinking is not a good thing for me. I don't have a good time drinking. Do we just make an empty template here? I think we do, right? So template source. Is that how we spell this? No, SRC probably, because I'm a sausage. No, goodness me. Component source. Right, that has to change as well. So we're going to rename this one. And then we're just going to pass in template as template source here. And we're going to rename that one at some point. Okay, not quite there, right? The body is 80% water. I think you got that wrong. My body is 80% rust. Oh, mismatched types. What is this thing? You know, we probably just need to use into for this and it will be fine. Yeah, all the arrows and everything. Wow, so much of this stuff has changed. Heavy dehydration, that goes with my heavy metal though, right? So I think everything is just as it should be, right? Although now I'm not listening to metal. Now I'm listening to confetti right now. Okay, so the input, this could probably just change to a so what do you want? Do you want oh no, you want to borrow the component source. Okay, so that's a problem, right? I kind of missed you guys, but only a little bit. Is there anyone I missed the most? I don't feel like it would be fair to answer that question, right? Because I'll make everyone else jealous. Okay, so we need to make static component sources out of this, I think. Oh, this is annoying, isn't it? Your old favorite? That would just be lying. And you know your parents are lying to you as well when they say that. Ah, so yes. I mean, you can think of it like that, right? You can definitely think of it like that. Let me not shatter the illusion here. Oh man, that's a boring song. I need some new music. What do we got here? Hop forward a few songs into the guess some music. All right. Okay, so this thing needs to change, and I don't want to make the component sources here. That's kind of annoying, but I don't think I have a choice. But you know what we're gonna start? We're gonna rename you to template source though. There we go. I was given a list of metal from chat. This one. So these are like metal bands I've been given from people to listen to. I listened to a lot of Children of the Bottom. Grass and Clover was a pretty good song. Anything else in here I've listened to recently? I think I heard Winter Sun a little bit as well, but I'm not entirely sure. It's listed in two places. Yeah, I don't know who recommended that one. Okay, so we need to fix all these ones though. So this one wants to borrow a template source. Maybe, like, can we make this thing own the template source? Because it can be... No, I don't think so. Uh, no, we can't. Because the Lexer wants to use it too. Yeah, that's why. Okay, so then that becomes template source. We can make like static template sources. I think maybe a temporary borrow could work here. So do we have an import for a static stir? Yeah, all right, we can try that. Okay, no, hang on. This one owns things. So you know what? We can take ownership of the template source here. That's not an issue. So when we parse okay, we can just do into here. And we make you static. And we do the same thing here. And into here. Easy. Easy fix. All right, but we're not out of the woods yet. We got 61 more errors to deal with here. Let's see where this thing's gonna go. It's gonna be the error messages. Okay, so statement parser 670. So this one has to be an error where the kind is a parse error, and then we don't care about the rest. I think maybe that works. What do you think? Where's the chat though? Why can't I see that? All right, never mind then. Okay, never mind. So that one gets an own template source. So 60 errors. Okay, we're making headway then, right? All right, and we can probably get away with that, right? 59. We're getting there. $58. Wow, this is some kind of high-paced whatever, right? Okay, so this one, I wonder if we can do this, or if it's gonna yell at me for that, for the temporaries, right? It might not do it, but we'll see. 57 arrows, yeah. So that, okay, so we can't do that. We can't use temporary. We can just do this then and pass the input. I think that should be okay. Yeah, that's better. All right, let's see. We're still in Alexa. We're not interested in anything else from that one. 49 hours, okay. So far, getting somewhere. And then input. That can definitely be static. Because we're not doing anything with it. Hello, Pepper. How you doing? I'm prepping for the next release, and we're gonna do some stuff with variables today, or variable with declarations. It's so weird to talk about variables because they're not. They're not variables. You can't reassign them, but you can declare them. So they are kind of like constants, but you know. Oh, ship on it. Yeah, because we return that. Wait, you don't have a lifetime, do you? No, what are you flapping about then? That ain't right. All right. These have to be static strings. I think I'm in the wrong file now. Yeah, again, static strings and then input into, and then we just pass a reference. I think that solves most of these things, right? Oh, damn. So I found some really good pasta in Sweden, and I thought maybe we can get hold of it here, but apparently we can't. Shit, can't. Okay, I'm just saying. Okay, 281. Right, again, static. How you doing, Pepper? How's the Godot journey coming along? Are you liking it or what? Oh, okay. I jumped the gun there a little bit. What the hell is that? Oh yeah, it's either A or B indexed to 0. Damn. Okay, expression eval to 365. So eval source. Let's make this into a static string instead. Now expressions could... No, they also don't carry stuff. Man, I overcomplicated things for myself. I didn't have to do that. That's it. That's all we need to do. Oh, baby, look at that. That was all the 120 beautiful passing tests, right? Hello, Dev Dad. How you doing? How's the, well, I'm not going to distract you when you're feeding the baby, but I haven't seen you streaming forever, right? How's the social network coming along? Wow, there we go, right? We got that. We got that. Okay, was that it? Can we test now? Oh no. Oh no. Widgets. Testing 43. What do you want? Is the document? Yeah, we're gonna get rid of the document from here. We don't need that. We wanted it and then we unwanted it. Let's see, we have a warning here. Don't need that one. And then here I knackered something. So I think this thing needs a static string as well. I just being lazy now with doing that. Yeah, I was. Look at that. Okay. No. Ooh, okay. Man, come on. This is really useful when you want to test things and you want to do things like adding the what are you adding, right? Breakpoints, what it's called. You want to add breakpoints to things. That's when its stuff is really useful. But yeah. Then you get yelled at by Clippy. Come on, man. Yeah, Clippy, I get it. Could you just let me have this? I want to work on that later. $47. Okay, so it just, because the function doesn't take anything, it just says pass a function pointer instead. And I'm okay with that. That's a good lint. Good lint. Can we please commit this? No, cannot do that. Okay, so tab index line 19. What do you want from me? Okay, so we got some kind of issues here. Yeah, so I changed the runtime a little bit and improved some more things there, but I don't think that's going to have any real impact on anyone. Can we just make you static and then you don't have to complain about things? I mean, it's a test, right? Yeah. Okay, so mount unmount is griping at me, and that's probably gonna be a result of that. Force unmount return. Yeah, why was that supposed to fail? Return result. Okay, we got a state change test here that's failing. That's pretty bad. Right, okay, so it's stopping. I can see what the issue is there. Wait, that's not an issue. That's just a stop error, right? Yeah. So that's not an issue. Why were you even there? Was there a warning in here? Yeah. We don't care about the result from this one. We're just going to do that. Man, okay. So this is now looking pretty good. I think maybe we can finally commit this. Come on. It's so pedantic and all this just because, come on, what? The custom function failed now. Oh yeah, that's because we're stopping these things. Right. So here we want to, well, we should probably match on the result here, right? Let's fill the arms. And if it's an error, stop. Then this is okay. And this is okay. Anything else, though, is not. The app died, but I'm cooking something new. Nice. But you had such good progress with that, though. It looked really good. And you had like pretty good community interaction as well. I was kind of convinced that it wasn't. But it is difficult. You know what sucks, right? When you worked, I don't know how much time you spent on it, but I spent like a lot of time on this thing. And when I finally announced it, no one cared, man. That was grim, man. So I feel your pain. If you like invest time in something, it doesn't go anywhere. You're like, well, that was meaningless. That was a portion of my life I'm never gonna get back, right? Maybe we should do this as a function, as a test function. Nah, heck, let's not worry about it. Let's just do this thing. Yeah, all of these are gonna be like this. Oh no, I goofed up. Why is this one griping at me for? That's why. Yeah, writing software sucks sometimes, right? Well, right, the writing of the software is fun, but the other stuff kind of sucks a little. Okay, this is definitely a runtime error. And I reckon this one's gonna pass now, but the other ones won't. You don't do it for other people to get excited and cheer for you? Of course you do, right? Well, in Devda's case, probably was for the money, right? Like you building a product, you making a business. And if that fails, that sucks. In my case, I want this to exist for myself. So it's not the end for me that people don't care about this. That's fine. But it does hurt a little when so here's a gross thing about open source software development, right? Yeah, admit yourself it wasn't going to be as big as I hoped. I'm glad I finally called it. It was hard after 3 years. Yeah, 3 years. There you go, right? That's roughly what I put into this as well, right? And then I posted about it on Reddit, and like 2 dudes replied to the post, right? But I think I did a really bad job with the video for this. So I'm gonna do a tutorial series instead, and hopefully introduce this to people, right? But when you make things open source, you do it because you want other people to enjoy it as well, right? If you don't, then why would you make it open source? Then you just keep it closed source and you'd be the only one working on it, right? In my case, I want this to succeed. I want this to exist, and I want more people to get involved and work on this because I don't want to be the only person working on this for the rest of my life, right? So this is kind of why I'm doing this, right? Now, there's a problem with open source, right? And that problem is called extrinsic happiness, right? When you get all this stuff from the outside world, when people kind of go like, yeah, you go, this is great, fantastic, love it, keep going, and that powers you, right? And then when people be like, look, your shit was so last week, we don't care about that. There's new AI model that can make sandwiches, right? That's when you know whether you're gonna continue or not, right? When people don't care about your thing anymore, that's when you find out, right? Because that like extrinsic happiness and feedback, positive feedback loop that you get, that is not very long lasting, right? So there is that. Did Fireship report on it? No. It's the same kind of deal with game dev too. Is it because game dev, you're making a game but you want people to play your game, but you don't necessarily make it open source, and games kind of have a shelf life, right? There are few games that come out that doesn't. Things like Bilateral, if you guys ever heard of that. Stardew Valley is probably a timeless classic by now. Terraria and the games like that, right? These games are going to be around forever. Then there's like a new flavor of the month AAA game coming out with amazing graphics, completely empty, and it's just vapey bullshit. And people get really excited about this thing. Be like, oh yeah, I'm going to play this game. I'm going to invest my entire life in this game. And then a week later, be like, yeah, that's all right. Forgot about it already. Right? There are a few games that come out that are really fun to play and they stick around for a long time. But most of the games are just, they have a shelf life. And I think if you develop games, that you kind of know this, right? You know that your game is, if you're lucky, right? If you do everything, if you do everything right, your game is a trendsetter and you're kind of breaking new ground. You're a trailblazer. It's amazing, right? And your game's gonna live on forever. That's if you really get there, right? And that is probably a mixture of luck and skill, right? Then you have games that they're making like a peak of sales, and then people forget about them. And these are the kind of games that have to make their money back in like the first couple of weeks of launch, right? If we're talking indie games, right? Because there's so many indie games out there, you don't even remember all of them, right? It's pretty dire, right? But I think when it comes to games, you kind of hope that your game is gonna make the money back within the first couple of weeks, right? That's your hope, because otherwise, or after that, it's just gonna fall into oblivion, right? Not the Elder Scrolls kind. If bug component reuse, right? But in my case, this one is kind of easy because I'm building with this thing. I'm using this. I'm loving this. It's used here. I use it in some other places. It's all gravy. So if no one else uses it, it's not that bad. Come on. How many tests do we have? Nested collections. I feel like I could have done a better job here. Quit from context. Research. Yeah, I mean, I guess all of the tests have to change to use this now. Twos are for nerds, and we are not that many anymore. I think you're kind of right though. So twos are what people who like to build things in the terminal, right? And that's probably gone down quite a bit, and it will keep going down as more and more people. I think it's like I wouldn't say it's a dying breed, but the excitement of it kind of goes away over time because more and more exciting things are turning up. But we're not there yet, right? When people come up with a new editor, right? It's only like, oh, here's some AI stuff. And you're like, oh, wow, another one. You're so original. Thank you. What do you offer with your AI supported bullshit? Oh, you can trash your code while you use it. I mean, no, I can do that. I don't need AI for that, right? Okay, tab index. Is this the same issue? Yeah, so it's the unwrap here. Oh man, goofed up again. I'm loving this. I have to put this in there, but okay. All right, so that one is passing. Some more tests. Yeah, so all these unwrap monarchies have to be changed, right? Exactly. I'll trash any code you want for free. Trashmycode.com, right? Now, but like the air stuff is gonna get good enough, right? Don't worry about that. It will soon. You can completely let go of any like critical or individual thinking, and you can just completely just immerse yourself in some bullshit where you don't understand how anything works, right? We will get there, right? Don't worry about that. Then it's up to you whether you want to do something about it or not, right? Or you can just make an excuse, be like, but I'm not used to thinking. Come on, man. But yeah. Anyway, it will be good enough, but we don't need like a specific editor for that. That's just dumbassery at the highest level, okay? No shit, that's not how we do this. Oh man. Are we good? Almost. Almost good. There we go. All right, we just need to import this thing and we should be off to the races, right? Oh, I love this keyboard. They sponsored me some time ago, and like that sponsorship thing is like way over by now. I don't have to mention their name, but this keyboard is so damn good. I'd encourage anyone to try this out, right? Especially since I don't know if you're in the States, but if you're in Europe, you can just get the keyboard, and if you don't like it, just send it back, right? Come on, test. Oh, look at that. That's hundreds of tests passing, except that one. Okay, store. No, store. Tree view. 119. Oh, beans. Okay, that's just going to be a get mute. Let's see if this works. Yeah. Man, this keyboard is so good. I'll show you this thing, right? Base core. This is like the software with this keyboard. One half of this thing is plugged in, the other half is not. Like you don't even have to have it plugged in, right? And you can like customize the keyboard while you're using it, right? You can just go and change keys. Where's my Vim key, right? I have this Vim macro, which is, you know, completely meaningless. Do I have anywhere to like, they should have like a test type thing in there, right? Anyway, you can change colors and all of this stuff, right, while the keyboard is running, which is pretty boss. And because it has both Bluetooth and like the other radio wireless thing in it, if I press, which button is it? Probably on layer 2, right? I said 3. There you go, right? If I press this button, it will swap to my phone. So it would just swap to my phone. So when I'm typing, it ends up on the phone, and then push the button again and we're back to the computer. It's like a 1.5 second delay between swapping, but it's really convenient if you're going to write a long message on your phone to just do that. This is the best keyboard software out there as well, right? The second best one would probably be like Ergodox. What's it called? The Ergodox keyboard software, which is called something I can't remember. This is their software. Oh, that's a beautiful website. Thank you, 90s. But this is really good. This is what I really like about base core is that it's instant as well. So if you guys have ever used something like, okay, let me show you this, right? Just because, okay. Let's turn on to the wireless that I just dropped, right? So wrist rest, magnetic, detachable, pretty good. And changing keys, I just changed the color on all right, I dropped the key. That's why. Hang on. This is not as bad as when I plugged it in the wrong way, though. I plugged it in the wrong way once when I was going to show something, and then like, whoops. All right, then to remove the cap. There we go, right? Okay, let's try this again. Okay, so right, just something as basic. Oh, I have it off. I have this off when it's on wireless, right? But just changing the color of a key, right? It's kind of instant. That key. You can see it's red now, and changing it back to blue, right? Bam, done. It's like instant. And the same thing goes for like just changing what the keys do and everything. You have all the layers. And what I really like about this keyboard too is that the you don't use all of these keys on the thumb cluster, right? Which key you use depends on your grip. And I use these 8 keys. I don't use these keys for almost anything, right? That's layer 5. I don't even know what's on layer 5. Oh, it's mouse. That's like the mouse layer. So if I hold this now, I'm controlling the mouse with my keyboard, right? So that's why I never used that. I used it when my mouse conked out once, right? So it depending on like if your hands go wide or not, you use like either the inner or the outer, and that's really good. There's even keys I don't use, and that's an insane luxury on a split keyboard, right? To have keys you don't use. I have a lifetime macro. This one is kind of silly, but I like it, right? It just writes out a lifetime and moves the cursor so you can start naming the lifetime. I mean, how else are you going to program Rust? Oh, it's really cool, but I wish I had my, I don't know where my phone is, right? But I wish I had my phone here so I could show you that, because that part is insane, right? Just push buttons, type on the phone, push button back onto the computer, right? I hate typing on a phone, right? I tried to program on a phone in the car the other day and it was awful, right? So yeah, this thing is really, the only complaint I have with this is that the battery life is not particularly good, right? I haven't tried the battery life these days, so I'm not going to say too much about it, but it's not as good, right? Here's all the things you can configure when it comes to like tap and hold timings and everything. You can adjust the LED you can adjust the LED, the intensity of the lights when it's wired and wireless. You have I don't know what half of these things are. Energy savings mode, sure. You can even change the strength of the radio signal to like this little neuron thing. Keyboard comes with built-in tenting. If you buy it with tenting, right? So these are various tenting things you can kind of adjust, right? But it also comes with tilting, and I've never seen that on a keyboard before, right? So you can set it up to tilt. I don't know. I don't even know how to do this because I never use. But you can have it so it tilts forward as well if you're so inclined. I'm not seeing that on other keyboards, right? Let me plug this back in again. Now, this software is by far the best software there is out there for keyboards that I've used. And I've used this QMK. I had a Moonlander. And the thing about the Moonlander... The thing about the Moonlander compared to this one, if we look at the D-Fi, right? If you look at the button position on this, can we get like a normal thing, right? There you go, right? So you can see how the thumb cluster is angled here, right? And if you look at the Moonlander, can we get a top down? Like there's way more thumbs out, right? And the Moonlander is a really good keyboard, by the way, right? I had a Moonlander for 3 months before I gave it away. I thought it was really, really nice. Build quality is great. Felt great to type on. I loved every part of it except using it, right? I never get on with it. And so I keep getting like pinky fatigue. And I talked to people about that. And it turns out the pinky fatigue actually comes from the thumb cluster. So you move your hands out too much. So this is what's causing fatigue in your pinkies, not anything else here, right? So if you weren't gonna go for a Digma D5, this is a decent enough keyboard, right? And the software isn't bad. It's just not as nice as Basecore. Basecore kind of goes the extra way. You got your macro editors in there. You can even add pauses and stuff. So if you're doing something like you're recording a video, you could actually make a macro for that, right? So cargo build, right? So let's record a macro, and this time we're going to include delays as well. So cargo build release. Whoops, I shouldn't have typed that. Let's redo that one. Okay, cargo build release. All right, and add to timeline. So now I have like cargo build release added to the timeline. If I save this, I can just go here, add it to this one. Where's my macros? Cargo build, save that. So now that's my cargo build macro. So if I push that button now, it's going to type that out. And that's really useful if you are recording video and you want to record typing something out. And because you can edit it, so if you make a mistake, now I didn't make a typo because I'm perfect, but if you make a mistake, you can just go in and change these things here, right? So we can intentionally make a mistake here, right? And then save that. So now we have a typo in there, right? And you can add things to this. So you could add something like, how do we add things, right? Can we do add to timeline? I think it's going to end up at the end. Yes, I'd have to move that back. Come on, buddy. Yeah, it's going to take a hot minute, isn't it? But either way, there we go. It's really, really cool. As a matter of fact, you could probably just grab the... This is not how I would do it, right? If I was going to do this now, I would... And then we'll add the A in there, right? Can we copy things? Yeah, we can. There we go. Look at that. All right, so we probably would do something like that, right? So now it's this cargo build again, right? So you can fix typos and stuff like that. So probably would be better to clone this and then modify this instead to, what's this key 4? Can we change the key? All right, I don't know. Let's just delete this one. But anyway, it's pretty good. But what you can do, let's get rid of this macro, clear macro. Let's just throw this away. No key, yeah. Wow, that's actually really, that's new, I think. It went because I removed that one, it actually went and updated that. That's really nice. What you do get is your backups, right? So here in Digma backups, if we go in there and have a look, backups, D5. Here are my keyboard configs, right? So you can actually see this and share this with other people. Let's see if we can find like the lifetime thing here, right? See, I could modify this if I wanted to, right? So you can literally build your macro this way instead. I don't think I have the macro for... I have no idea what I'm... Yeah, this is the cargo build macro. So you even have the timings in here, right? Yeah. So you could manually just edit the macro that way if you wanted to, right? So yeah, no, I think this is a really, really nice keyboard. And I think because you spend about $25 to try it out, right? If you don't like it, it's going to cost you about $25 or euros or whatever to send it back. So you can get top of the line and then have it sent back, right? They do refurbs as well, which is pretty cool. If we look at the... Let's look at the refurb thing they have, right? Hang on. Let's see what they have in terms of refurbs. Refurbs, here we go. So you can get these really crazy colors if you buy the refurb ones. Things that are no longer available, right? I don't have JavaScript enabled, so this thing's probably not going to work that way. Oh yeah, it does work, right? So if you want a purple one, then this is how you can go about it, right? Silver. They asked me which one I wanted. I went for black because I'm a coward. I should have taken something cooler than black. But I was like, let's just take black because I'm a dirty bastard. I'm gonna get dirt on it in no time, right? Yeah, refurbs are really good, right? If you can get that, get the ones that you want, right? And if you buy one with a tenting kit, they've all been tested as well, right? And if you break anything on the keyboard, you can order spare part. If you pour a cup of tea over one of your halves, right? You buy a spare PCB for $20, $30, $40 or whatever, right? and just install it. It's really easy. There's no magical screws or anything like that. It's completely normal Phillips head screwdriver will do this one, right? Normal Phillips head screws, and you can replace the PCB yourself, right? If you're not correct. So yeah, now this is my keyboard for life, right? I have I'm hard pressed to find a keyboard like as much as this one. I have a bunch of these things. I built a bunch of keyboards in the past. I like them, but it's hard to go back. It's hard to go back, right? Okay, so we were okay. I have to reproduce this bug now, right? So let's break this. Okay. Now I want to be able to control C out of here. So I need to know which one we're looking at here. Unfortunately, there are several. I think if I do this, I can control C out of here now. I can. But if I do this and then break it while it's running, I can't control C out of it, right? I have to fix it to do that. So if we look at runtime, I do this just to be able to go to definition, right? Speaking of go to definition, Wire is working on an LSP for an LSP server, I guess, for AML. And I saw Doddy hacking go to definition on components yesterday. That was pretty boss to see, I have to say. I was pretty impressed with that, right? Somewhere here we have show error. And I wonder if this is the error that we can break out of. So if we put a breakpoint here and we go to index and we break this now, yeah, it doesn't do that. But if we run this now, no, that's still not it. I don't know which show error we're in then. There's one there. Two. There can't be just two. No, there's one on start as well. Oh, that's so annoying. Okay, so we have to find the builder. There's a show error in here. Well, not there, obviously. Let's get rid of this. Comments can go. Here it is, right? So we're in this recompile loop. That's why. And I think this is where we are if I go and break it now. No. Where am I then? Am I down here, maybe? Here is where I am. Okay, well, I can see that we don't have a stop there, so that kind of makes sense that it's not working. Hello, Barry. How you doing? So this thing has to be allowed to break, and we're just capturing the error here, which is kind of a non-starter. I'm interested to know why I have done it this way. So let's break this now. So that's a template error. All right, and what if we make a widget error? Yeah, so this would be... Okay, it's not showing that. Let's run this again. Wait, that's a different error? Oh, damn. Okay. Well, there has to be some consistency, right? It is difficult because we have 3 different places where this thing can happen. I don't know where the list came from, but it's here now. So stop and reload will just continue. That doesn't seem right to me. Reload should probably end up here. So why are we doing a continue here? Oh, because we'll end up here where we will break with a reload. So let's just add a comment there, right? Just move that over there. There we go. Hello, Prevan. How you doing? So that's why we continue, right? That sounds good, man. It sounds good to start over. I'm good. Did you see I was in your park, mate? I was in your park touching grass. And I had some food there, right? I kind of half thought you might be wandering around town and come and say hi, but since I was with the family, I couldn't really. All right, hang on. See if you recognize this place now. Can I do this? Can we just open that in a new tab, maybe? There we go. Do you recognize this thing, this X, and these things back here? I was in your park touching grass. Do you know which place this is? I don't know if you can tell from these stones. And then I went to kind of, yeah. Do you know where the like indoor market is? It's close to that. Yeah, it's in the center. I thought that's where you were, right? Yeah, I think that's it. So it's just next to this place, right? I don't think I'm gonna change the code theme. I don't know what that means, Jenny. Do you like me with the theme on my editor? Okay, so this thing, maybe this thing is not triggering reload, right? Are you far away from there though, Privan? Maybe that would be like quite a trek. We went to like the espresso house. I got a little bit reluctant to drag you into my holiday. Oh, 10 minutes with bus. Damn, you're far away, right? I did. I wrote multiple messages in the Discord. I even added you, right? But since I was walking around with the family, I didn't want to rope them into anything, right? But we might go back soon, though, right? We might go back soon. You did miss. If you look at where I added you in the communal chat, I was in the espresso house then, right? And what Enrico P says, which is now your name, Enrico. Enrico P. All right. So this continue should jump back up here and cause this to happen. So let's see if that will happen. Yes. So we're doing a force, unmount, and return. We're clearing the back end. We're breaking with a reload. Wait. Yeah. And then what's this thing? It's a reload. So then we're going to reload. Which does what? It's a result. Oh, you muppet. You need to actually debug if you want to see this. Okay, clear, component, empty. reload, compile. So the reload is okay. You did, Privan. You did. Huh. Do we end up here again? So that one says no to that one. This one should fail. Show the error. And then we fix that. And then we break with a reload. And everything's fine. And percent. Yeah. Huh. Yeah, I like it. I swapped to this theme after I got some problem with one of my eyes. I had like this like fluid bubble in my eye. So for one eye, there was like a peanut shape in the middle of my eye all the time. And this theme was an improvement over the one I had. So I just stuck with it, right? So I have this theme for health reasons. I can say that now. Okay, so let's see what happens when we want to Control C out of here. We break, we force a reload, and everything is going to cause an issue now. And here we do a stop. And then we return a stop from here. So that means that this thing should now have returned stop. And then we return stop from here. Wait, that worked? Why is that working all of a sudden? Hello, Temporis. How you doing? Thank you so much for the resub. Yeah, sorry. I was knee deep in fixing things. How you doing, buddy? Thank you so much for the sub. I wish I could hear the sub alerts in my ear holes, but I don't. How you been, buddy? Maybe if we cause a different error. Yeah, so causing a template error is not working. But a widget error we can escape from. All right, so that's the issue. Oh, that's Grimbo Baggins. Where do we check that one? Here's one. Being alive is a very good thing to be. I intend to be there for as long as I can. Oh, Discord. Let me put myself into streamer mode. I realize that I'm not. There we go. Welcome to Discord. Okay, so why is this thing not triggering correctly? So we're always capturing both of these. All right, I guess we're back into this then, right? So we cause this error instead, and then we break with a reload. And that's a reload. Oh, so in this case, reload is what's failing. Alrighty then. Okay, let's rerun this from the start. So this never causes the reload to fail. Oh shit. No, it doesn't. Damn. Okay. So if reload fails, then we're going to show the error. Thank you so much. Thank you for the sub, Bubbles. Thank you, Temporis, and thank you, Bubbles, for the subs. Thank you so much. Sorry, I've been a little bit sprained here, right? Have a good sleep, Quicksit. Thanks for hanging out. How is the reload failing? So it's parsing the templates, and it's running into a parse error here, right? So we're going to show the error. And what do we do here? I reckon that this error here is going to this error here is going to show a stop, but we never actually return the stop. So this thing is fine to break and then restart, but this thing, oh, it shows a reload. And there's the stop. Okay, so that's what we have to do then. That's what we have to do. So if this thing is a stop, then we'll return on that one. Okay, so let's break this thing. This way is fine to quit. Yeah. Get it working again. This thing should now be fine to quit out of 2. And it is. Okay, so that's another bug fixed. Okay, let's do a bug fix. Terminating from error display now works. Thank you guys so much. We had a hype train apparently for that. Thank you. Whew. Okay, so which branch are we on? Better errors. All right, so I think we're good with that. Let's operate on changes here, right? So yeah, that one wasn't quite done. So this is a new error as well. I'll show you this because it's pretty good. So if we go into our index here, if I could just type the right thing, right? Oh no. Is that not working? If we started with this, can we not fix it? Okay. If we started with this, we can fix it. Okay. Wow, that is such a pain. Okay, we're not done yet. Runtime. Oh, let's do it from here. No. Okay, that's all we have. So is it this thing we can't recover from? Yeah. Wow. So that's going to be in the builder. Okay, so that one looks for this. It looks for the reload and then And then it fails here. Okay, let's put a breakpoint here. And let's break this thing with a widget error. Widger. It just says error stopping. Where do you even come from? Is this not the error? Okay, well, in that case, we have to walk backwards. We have to go here, run the program, and then go up from here. Okay, so it's in the tick. So it's not even that one that's failing. Oh, how brutal. Oh, right. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Okay, sorry, skill issue. Yeah. Do the same thing again. Thank you. That's what we want. Now we want to walk up from here. This is, yeah, it's here. This is the first one in the builder. This is the first one where we show the error. And now we're going to fix this. Restore that one. What's the result? It's a reload. Then we're just going to do this again. Wait, why aren't you working? I did save that, didn't I? Oh. Damn. We need to reload the templates for this. And this thing can fail. Which it probably will. With an error, so there's not much we can do here. Okay, but first of all, this should now work. Yeah. And we get to know which template is goofing up, and we know where in the template the issue is, right? So we do this, we can see exactly where it is and where it's goofing up, right? Okay, so I think we covered most issues now. Let's just do this because it's going to yell at me otherwise. Okay, so we'll just amend the current one then. Oh, man, this thing is pedantic, isn't it? So we can't really do anything with that result when we try to reload the templates. We're just gonna let it fail silently, and then we try to compile the document again. You are wrong, Pisto. It's not DWM here. Okay, I think that fixes it. So let's git add, git commit and amend. Yeah, look at all them tests. Push it. Fetch. What is fetch? No fetch. Hello, Coding Gree. Oops. Fast fetch. No fetch there. Sorry to disappoint you. No fetch. No fetching to happen here. Okay, so that should be okay now. Should we make a new PR for this, maybe? Let's set this up as a new PR now. Into dev. We should be okay with this. Nah, I'm not on Wayland. I was trying out Hyperland, but until they fix the Hyperland resize exact bug, which I'm not tracking, but all right, and then Hyperland, because apparently ease. Where is that? It's not going to be in here. Either way, so the resize bug is there, and I think that's just not going to be fixed anytime soon, right? So there's no Wayland for me. If I wasn't streaming, I could probably have used it, but since I am streaming, it's a bit of a non-starter. I would have to set up like what do you call them, like scenes and stuff and overlays in OBS, and I mean that's just work, right? Can't be doing that. Well, what's taking so long? Come on, man. I reckon this thing's just knackered. We'll reload the page. Yeah, of course it is. Stupid thing. Welcome back, Temporis. Okay, so better errors are now in there. We're gonna do another branch now, which is we're gonna switch to dev and pull that. What's the resize exact bug, right? Okay, let me see if I can find it. Hyperland resize exact size bug. Let's see if this one close is not planned, right? So when you let's see if they have a video for something for this thing, right? But when you say resize exact, I don't know if they show the exact thing in here. If you run this, it should resize the window to the exact dimensions, but it doesn't. It changes. If you run the command should be idempotent, right? Meaning if you run it multiple times, it should just have the same effect, right? Same output, okay? But it doesn't. It will just keep changing the size of the window, which means you can't do. If I do this, okay, that's going to be consistent. But if I do that on the Hyperland, it's not consistent, right? Oh, wait. There we go. So on the Hyperland, this thing does not resize exact, right? It does some other tomfoolery, and it's a bug, and they all know about it, but it doesn't seem like they're gonna fix it, right? They're moving it to a discussion, but again, no, that's not the discussion. All right, and they don't link to the issue either. Ugh, all right. Okay, here you can see it, right? So they're gonna run the same command multiple times now. And then, do you see how it's just shrinking when they're running from that window? So that's when it's floating is the only time it works. But if you run it like I do here, it doesn't, right? Okay, what do you run for that, Pepper? Maybe it does, but then I might as well just use i3, right? Okay, which branch are we on now? We're on there, right? Git branch dash d feature better errors and bug fix. All right. We should only have 2 branches in there, right? I do spoof. Here's me. All right, I can float the window. Hi, me. Hi. That's all right. I don't spend a lot of time looking in the corner of my window on my monitor anyway, right? I look over here and over here mostly, right? And I'm kind of impervious to the fact that I am down there in the corner. I can always like find out, do I have any food in my face? Well, I can only see it from like this side. This is the only side I can see if I have any food in my face, but yeah. Yeah, but apparently Sway is a little bit wonky. I had terrible issues with OBS and Sway though. That was doing some weirdness. D3, who's very outspoken and makes half the stuff up, made some comments around that, and actually choose to believe him in that case. That D3, that Sway is actually a little bit wonky. Well, not true, Spoot, right? Because when I do this, you can see a different side of me that I can't see, okay? Because I'm looking at the camera now. I can't see down in the corner. True, but that's not a tiling window manager, Celeste. What are you touching grass? What do you want? Okay, so we want to try to change the variables. Did I make a new branch or not? Git branch, git switch, feature, variable scoping. So we're gonna try a different way of scoping variables. Let me show you what we currently do. So this is how scoping works, right? I'm going to make a global value. That's going to be 1. And we're just going to do text value. Okay. All right. This is pretty simple. Then we can do a local value that is 100. A local value is going to shadow a global value regardless of declaration order. Okay. But we can still use the global value when we create a local value, which is pretty cool, right? Plus 10 for good measure, right? So what we can do now is we can move this value in here, okay? It's not much of a difference, right? But if I do text value here, this is going to be the same as the global value because we haven't really done this yet, right? We haven't, when this guy was created, this didn't exist yet, okay? So this one exists here and then after. But it means that it exists there and thereafter, right? So if we do another vertical stack here, or let's do a horizontal stack here, right? And let's expand in both directions. Okay, so if I put a text value here that has value, this thing has the same value as this thing, right? Even though they are visually in different scopes, right? So this guy is scoped to everything that comes after, right? That's how variables works, right? I say variables, think of them as expression aliases, right? But that's kind of a weird way of talking about this, right? If you run this twice, will it not change? Stop it, GitHub. No one wanted that feature. If you run this twice, will it resize the window again to a different size? Yes. So the thing I was going to try today is see if we can scope variables to the elements instead, right? This means that if you want this to be available to everything, you have to declare it up here, all right? And it's fine. But that changes the scope. Right now, our value is scoped to the component, right? So if we add another component to this, well, let's add A because that's already here, right? A is here. So if I add A here and then I try to use local value, oh yeah, it's going to use the global value. Global values are, as the name implies, global, right? But if we do a local value here called name, and I say text value name, right? If I change this to use name, this should not output Bob because this one is local to this component or subsequent to this template, right? If you have globals with the same name in different files, well, globals can only be created once, right? So if I create another global here called value that is that, and I use value here, that's still gonna say 3 because the first globals are immutable. The moment you have created a global value, you cannot override that value, right? So if you're gonna do this, really, globals should ideally only be created in the first template that you make, and they should be used for things like theming. So you'd end up with something like a global theme instead that has maybe a foreground and a background or whatever you want to have. Okay. So now here we can use this global theme, right? So our foreground is theme foreground, right? And our background is theme background. Okay. That's kind of how this should be thought of, right? The way we use globals, right? It's almost like a configuration, right? Really, Pepper? That's interesting. That's not how it behaved for me. Maybe I need to look into it again, right? We don't really want to error out anything on account of you using some other template could possibly... Actually, with templates, not that big of a deal. Should we error out the global value? No. Okay. Good question, but I'll tell you why it's not good though, right? if for some inexplicable reason someone makes a third-party component that has a global value in it that you also set, that means that that means that you cannot use their component because it has the same global name. You probably shouldn't have global values in components in the first place, but there's nothing stopping you from doing that. So we could effectively break the use of a component. But is that really a problem? Actually, let me think on that one for a bit. I think you might be onto something, Spoof. We might want to just error out instead of failing silently on that. But it's not failing, it's just not reassigning it, right? Let me see what it would take to make this thing break. So let's go into our templates, probably statement eval, declare. Really? Oh, define, not declare. Define global. So we're saying that this thing should possibly fail with a result and if self.globals.contains ident, then return an error with way too many R's in it. Okay, so how can we make this thing? Let's return an error kind instead. And the error kind will be global already assigned. So error kind. So we return that instead. So here we shall match on this thing. Do nothing. What are you griping about? Okay, so we need to have a contains function for globals. There might already be a contains key. Yeah. And then this one. We should probably name the variable as well, right? Global value. Already assigned. Now, we're not going to say where it was assigned because I ain't no way I'm going to track that, okay? That's work that I don't want to do. There we go. So if we run this now, yeah, I think you're onto something there, right? Yeah. It will tell us where this is being assigned again. So hopefully whoever wants to can figure that out. But Yeah, I don't think I want to track where or which. I mean, we could store that with the global, couldn't we? Now, forget about it, okay? Ain't gonna happen. This will do. All right. I think that was a good choice. Okay, so let's go to. Well, I guess we can commit this. Let's not verify. Globals will raise an error if defined twice. All right, let's add this here. We call it a feature. Global values, global definitions will raise an error if it's already assigned. That means, whoops, get out of here. No, we want to amend this now. Okay, that means that in the guide, we need to specify this for globals. Globals are defined using this. Once global is defined, it cannot be redefined. Trying to define a global twice will result in an error. Okay. Okay, let's push that. So we have a PO waiting for when we release this. Okay, so let's have a look at the scoping thing now. This one is going to be pleasant, but there's somewhere where we push and pop, and I think maybe we'll keep that. Man, we push a lot of things around here. Here we go, right? So we do variables push. We should probably do this when we create a new scope. So if we want to see this in action, right? Let's forget about A for a while. Something's gonna happen today. That was a song. So we're gonna say the name is Bob, and then here, actually, we're gonna say the value is Bob. Or let's call this thing outer so we can actually have some context of this thing, right? So text value, and then we're gonna say local value is inner and text value. So this should, whoops, there we go, right? So we got inner, so outer, inner, and then inner, okay? So this thing, this should be outer, okay? But it is inner right now. Whoops. Oh man, hot reloading. What a dream that is. So, okay. That means that when we create the body for an element, we also need to push and pop the scope there. And it might be so simple. So simply simple. Let's have a look at what the for loop does. Well, this one is scoping during runtime. That's a little bit confusing, but it's fine. Because we're only declaring a local variable. We're not defining one. So we're saying that this variable exists and you can't have it, right? All right, so let's make a new variable for eval node. Where are children? So we do self-consume scope. So here we should do push and pop. Those two lines might be the only thing we need to make this behave this way. Nope, we broke everything. Okay, so that was not it. Global should still work. Wait, the inner one works? Okay, so this is before. Before. This is after. Okay, so that one is technically correct. Except this one does not work. That's a little bit annoying. Well, I mean, yes and no. Because now you're not allowed to go. Okay, here's the problem. It's quite obvious. You're not allowed to use a scope outside of your own scope. Whoops, I grabbed the wrong thing, right? So if I did this, this one should disappear now. Yes, now they're scoped exactly to the body, right? So you're not allowed to traverse the scope up, okay? So they have to be exactly on the same level. Now, this we can solve without too much ado. But the problem is when we solve that, we suddenly let local variables into components. So we need to distinguish between variables in two places. I need t. Yeah, we're exactly at the 2-hour mark. Of course, I need t. So we need to distinguish between variables in two different locations. When we need to be allowed to traverse up and down, but we also need to have unique scopes per component, okay? And that one is going to be a little bit more of a job. So let me go and put the kettle on. And, well, I mean, I say let me go and put the kettle. I'm not going to give you much of a choice here. Put the kettle on and we get to it, right? 3 minutes, and then we have some tea. In the meantime, let's think about what that would actually mean for us. So we need to distinguish between scopes that are specific to a component as well. So scoping should be allowed to find the nearest one. We just need a clear separation instead. And that shouldn't be that much of a problem. Wait, sorry, what did you mean? I can explain how did you get that output? Which output? Not pisto. I'm sorry, I don't know what that means. I don't remember which output we're talking about. Right, so how does that look? Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. So context variables push and pop will create scopes. And when we get to evaluate a component, so instead of doing push here, which will create a new one, we need to create a separate one. That's what we need to do. So all variables are stored within some... What are they stored within? They're stored in a slab with a variable ID as the identifier. And we use an ident to look something up. So scoping something outside of a component needs to kind of draw a line that you cannot surpass upwards. So it needs to set a roof for how far up you can traverse to find the nearest scope. Like a maximum scope kind of thing. I mean, we can fix this by just passing in component IDs when we go to fetch values. Like everything belongs to a component. It's just, well, no, they don't, right? That's the problem. They don't all belong to a component. That is just not true, is it? Okay, tea's ready. Oh, we got some tea now. Beautiful tea. Okay. So here we kind of need to make a brand new scope, not just push. This is not going to be as straightforward then. So we have the current one. So how do we separate these up? Let's look at how these are set up. So this is the root scope, and this thing has its own inner scopes here. And we also have a current scope. Okay, let's think on this for a second. One way of solving this is to inject like what do you call it, a sentinel value or a not sentinel might not be the right word, but basically a value that acts as a hard boundary when a component is created. Or we attach the component to the state, because the scopes aren't relevant once the a scope is not relevant once all this is over. Once we've parsed and evaluated all the templates, the scoping is kind of meaningless, right? So the way this kind of works, right, is you start at the top and you declare a local value here. Then this lives at the top. Then, and this local value, say we call it A, right? It's gonna be equal to 1, and it's gonna have an ID of 0. And then in some other scope, we declare a local value named A, which is 2, and it's gonna have an ID of maybe 5, right? So when we say text A, we take this A and we're going to look it up, right? And it turns out the A is ID 5 for in the scope of this text, right? So we're really saying that text is equal to 5 here, or variable ID, like var 5. Again, they are not variables, but we call them variables conversely. There are definitions and declarations, but let's not be pedantic because then you're a dick and I don't want to listen to it. Okay, so that's kind of how it ends up, right? So the whole A thing disappears. We just end up with a value there. So it doesn't really matter if there's an A here and an A here. This is the one that we chosen, right? The way we find the values, right now we find them by just looking at our current scope, but we need to make a bigger distinction between the scopes, right? We could make an ephemeral scope. No. Wait, maybe we can. Maybe we could. Can we make a new set of variables? So that's another way we can do it. Like we can make a new set of variables that just shares the store. So this one is outside. Hello, Paul. What are you doing? This one, all this stuff is kind of outside of the store itself. And we have a new set of variables for every component that we make. So here we'll do context dot variables is variables new. What do you do? Okay, never mind that. No, that doesn't work. Doesn't work. We could make this thing work. Let's do a new scope here. Instead of just pushing and popping, we make a new scope. And we're popping here. So then here we pop scope instead. So we have push new scope, and that should become. Didn't I just have that? New scope becomes push scope. Push scope and pop scope. So now we have to make these behave slightly different. I guess what we could do is we could set the... No. Setting the... Actually, we could do that, right? Right this second, Bother? There isn't one, but that's because I haven't written it yet. We could set the maximum roof, right? We could set the ceiling. So when we pop scope, we also pop. And when we push scope, we also push. So this would be self.push. And this do self.pop. But on top of this thing, we need to set the ceiling. And then here we need to remove the ceiling, right? Or rather, we need to set a scope boundary. To the current ID. No, a scope ID is not... Wait, is a scope ID a path? It damn well is. So we can set that one as the current... Okay. So let's just do self.boundary is some... And then here we will repop this, right? So actually we have to push this. No. Yeah, I think we do. Yeah, I think that's it, right? So when we go to find the variable, we just have to traverse up the scope until we reach a boundary. That should be okay. Let's make a boundary that is just simply a vector of scope IDs, right? Wait, why can't we do that? Oh, we have to clone it, obviously. Okay, and now it's a question of how we fetch data, right? Because right now we are not doing any kind of traversal. But let's do this in a test. Test get inside boundary. Very much so, Jonil. Very much so. Okay. Oh, I got hiccups now. Hard to hold your breath and drink at the same time, but it can be done. If you wonder how to cure hiccups, then just make and drink a lot of tea. That clearly is what does it, right? Oh, we got an issue with Alexa. Where is this thing? Okay, and this is going to be the test that we wrote, yeah? Okay, so let's start by declaring a variable at the top. So vars dot, how do we declare a variable? So the define local, and that gives an ident and a value. So let's go with var 1. Is that okay? Yeah. This should give us a variable ID. And then we define another local after we do vars.push. And pop. And then here we should have a get. There is no get. Something fetch and load. So we want to load a value here of this ID. That can probably fail. Yeah. Okay, so this thing should now fail. It did not, even though we did a push. So why did that not fail? Oh, right, idiot warning. So this one we have to do a lookup of var first. Okay, so I'm a little bit stupid. Don't tell anyone. We have to use fetch first. Fetch var, and this should fail. Yes, this should not fail if we do this. Correct. It panics down here because we said so, right? Okay, so that's the first thing we need to fix. So this shouldn't fail anymore. This one should be fine. So fetching does a get of an ident. And what we need to do here is we need to walk up the scopes until we find the correct variable. And here's the thing. This is how it used to work. So we've already written this, which is why in some of the comments you can see a lot of mentions of these like staircases of numbers and stuff, right? As a matter of fact, we can do this, all right? This should be sum. Or rather, we should be able to unwrap this. Let's do an equality assertion here. Because we should find the closest one. This should be 2. Because this one has a level of 3, and we're going for 5 levels deep, but it contains this path, right? So that's why this test should work. Unknown field. You're an unknown field. Oh, I have to unwrap that. All right. So let's make this test work first. So get an ident and a scope. Too right. Too right you are. But I hope I have my hopes up for you, buddy. You're gonna be a known field at some point. All right, globals are a different beast, right? We don't care about globals. They're just a hash map. We should probably change globals to not be a hash map in the end, because that will give us faster access. Given that the number of global values you're going to have is probably going to be insignificant, right? In the grand scheme of things, right? Can't we just report people for spamming anymore? Hello, Scott. How you been? You're not wrong, Jonil. Okay, so I'm probably gonna go and find the old code that did all this already. I just need to see if I can remember how this changed, right? Scopes used to have more information. Now they just hold scopes. So we can look at this on the main branch. So if we look at what variables and scopes look like back then, and that's just the ID. Where's the actual scope? Yeah, so we used to have the variables in here already. Some things 2 weeks old needs update always. So we're gonna bring these back in again, the way we created things. So this would store the ident and the variable IDs for that. Everything is work, Janil. It's just a question of finding happiness in the work that you do when you do it, right? And not stress too much about the work that you have to do. So for every variable we have, we would push a new variable ID there, and that's how we would scope, right? That's how we would scope. So we would take a name and find the closest variable ID to that. But that doesn't quite work then. I don't think that quite works. How about we just look at the scope ID instead when we do this? Right? I think that back then I probably overcomplicated this just a little bit, right? So let's go to where we actually fetch something. So this is supposed to find the variable ID, right? So we're using the current one to know which scope ID we're in. Okay, so we need to find the closest one, right? Oh dear. Okay. This is the one that has to change, right? Here we need to look up closest scope that is still within the last boundary. Okay. We don't have access to the boundary on declarations. Okay, so we need to pass in the boundary here, right? That will be a U16. Self-dot boundaries. And that one should be fine. Maybe this one, well, maybe this should just be an alias then, right? Look at me commenting things in the past in a way that made sense. Right. There we go. It's a little bit dirty, but so are you, so don't worry about it. Okay. So we're not allowed to go past the boundary. And that's what we're going to do here with our filtering. And we're reversing this because we want to find the one at the bottom of the pile, right? Or in other words, the most recently added one. Uh, okay, just answering someone on Discord. That would be Dottie. Come and join the stream, Dottie. Where is the streamer mode? There we go, right? Okay. Maybe we should have a static root scope instead, so we can still pass a reference to scope ID here. That would be nicer. Okay, so where's our scope ID? Well, you probably can't box in a const, right? No, because that means you have access to the heap during that. So that's a non-starter. Mm. Yeah, why did I think that was gonna work? But we can use something like a one cell, maybe. It's one of these. Don't worry about it. Yeah. Uh, we don't need a thread safe version to this, but is that going to be enough? I don't think so. We'll try a one cell and then we'll change it. It can't be static, can it? Well, should that matter? If that's the case, we just use one slot. It's a non-issue, right? We can't use self in static. Yeah, we can't. So we're gonna use we're just gonna use the one's lock instead. So we could use one's lock, get or init. And this should just do scope ID box new. Like so, yeah. So we do that instead of having to worry about any like relocking or anything here. If we're gonna do this, let's fully qualify this instead and not be complete plebs about it, right? Sadly, we can't const this one. But that's okay, because it allocates on the heap, right? So okay, well then we can just fall back on the root. So now we don't have to worry about that. Now we have to look at this thing. So why don't we call self boundary here instead? You know what? No, because we're not going to need it. Now, is there any implementation of like greater than or order or anything on scope IDs? Let's have a look down here. Check if either ID or self is a subpath of the other. If it is, return the length of the shortest of the two. And we can do as ref for this. This one makes no sense. When is that ever used? Four, 6, 2. Oh, that's when. Okay, fine. So it was used then. Okay, so here we're just going to pass in the scope ID root again. And this is not too big of a deal. to change. It's a little bit tedious, but it's not a biggie. All right, this should be the last one, yeah? It's not current, is it? It's self.boundary. All right, let's make boundary a function then. Okay, so we have a fetch somewhere. Well, we do that. So we just change you to that. Can we fit you on one line? Beauty. Okay, we have two failing tests. One is intentional because we're not done with that one. The other one is this guy because we changed the rules a little here, right? So let's just get to this thing now, right? So we need to check if the scope is contained within the other scope. And since I did this in the past, we can just look at the get function for declarations, right? All right, scope contains, and maybe I don't have that anymore. Right, so the contains function isn't there anymore. It was a test function, but it is a test function no more. So we're going to add that to the variable ID. No, to the scope ID. Make sure that it doesn't exist there. Really? Huh. Is that not the right contains function? Yeah, it's the only one. Oh, we used the filter map instead, right? So let's change this to filter map, and that's gonna just map the contains dot map. That's gonna be the variable ID. This is scope ID, but it's the we want both scope and variable. No, I don't think so. We just want the variable, not the scope. Wait, what? That's the scope and that's the variable. Do we have both here? Yeah, we do. And then we dereference that one. Okay, so map this to... I don't think we need anything here. We just need the value. Okay. Now, this should make one of our tests pass, but it doesn't do the boundary check. So we should find the test here. This should pass now. And it does. All right, there's only one test that is failing, and that's the one that we just added, right? That one has found the variable, but we need to do this within a given boundary. So this is no longer failing on a none. It's failing on explicit panic, but we need to push. We need to push a, what do we call it? Push scope. And pop scope. This should fail now. We should not get variable ID 0. So if we look into here, wow, we kind of went a bit far in there, didn't we? Huh. What are we calling this thing? Boundary. Okay, let's print out the boundary. This should not be the root one. Oh, no, it isn't. Okay, so we just need to look at this scope contains that the scope is less than or equal to the boundary. So let's add a filter up here. So scope is less than or equal to boundary. Now, wait, what? That worked? Oh. Shit, but it doesn't work. Yeah, I don't know how this is gonna work. Okay, let's find the scope ID again. Yeah, this isn't implemented for scope ID. Oh, this is. Okay. So we can just say that the boundary contains the scope. Like that. So hopefully this will fail now. Yep, that's failing correctly. Let's go and comment out all of these and see that all tests should pass now. They do. So this is now correct. Okay. We just have to express this accordingly. Oh, man. Sometimes programming just makes me so happy. I just don't know why. Maybe it's the brain goblins. Okay, so if we do this thing, we should be able to assert that this thing is none. The mind goblins, there are many of those. Okay, then this should be some. And it is. But we're not done yet, okay? We're gonna make sure that's the case. Now we're gonna declare another variable here with a value of 2. And then this should now be sum. Okay, so instead of doing that, let's get the... I don't know what it is that we're getting here. A variable ID. Okay, so let's do a fetch load then. And we unwrap this. We're going to assert some equality between this and this. All right. Apparently, we need a T, not an R. Very good, Caleb. Very good. You are the representation of the youthfulness in here. Mierda, ¿qué esto? Okay, so we can do that maybe. There we go, right? Okay, so this is a little bit trippy. We don't care about this part now. And then here, that should be 1. What can I say? It's just magical, right? All right, but this one is kind of hideous to read. So define a variable in the root scope, create a new unique scope. Okay, we should call it something else, right? Create a new scope boundary. Oh. Man, we all slept in the same hotel room, and both the child and the wife were so angry because I was snoring so loudly one night. But my accountant said that snoring is a sign of high intelligence. I wonder if she also snores for some reason. No, fetching var from within this new scope should return, or rather, var should be inaccessible from within the new scope boundary. No, I'm just like, sometimes I just go to town on the snoring thing, right? There's so many things to unpack here. So you only got a few years, I don't know what that means, in prison after murdering your husband. Also, you choose to live with that as your neighbor. You better not throw in a wild parties plus. Your neighbor's like, what are you doing this weekend? Nothing, but being incredibly quiet. Okay? You terrify me. You can't choose your neighbors though? Sorry, what? Do I have to live here forever? Can I not move? Of course you can choose your neighbors. I mean, apparently one option is to murder one of them. Go to the house so you don't like them. Oh, you know, just murder them. Apparently a few years in prison, then you can't choose your neighbor. All right, create a new unique scope and boundary. var should be inaccessible from within the new scope. They're saying is, you can't choose your family. You can choose your friends, and you can certainly choose your neighbors, right? Hello, 9motion. You do so by simply relocating to new address. Okay, var should be inaccessible within the new scope. So we're gonna do this, right? We're gonna define var1 here. Okay, var1, and then other var here. That's gonna be 3. Okay. Var should be inaccessible from within the new scope boundary. Outer var should be inaccessible to the root scope. Okay, but this is not the case yet. We haven't done this yet. All right. So these ones are fine, and then we return to root scope. This should be none. But I don't think it is. So with this, the test will pass. With this, the test should fail. Nope. Apparently, it didn't fail. No, I didn't 9motion, but I was so close to walking into a shop and getting the S7, the SMB7, right? Or S7, SM7B, right? I just want to try it out though, but you can't try out a microphone and then return it. I don't think you can. Can you? Because it's definitely Like it's kind of a hygiene article to some degree, right? Given that you talk very close to it and spit will most certainly land on your microphone. So yeah. It would be cool to try. Can we rent one? That would be even more gross. Can we rent a clean one? Why is this working? So here, this should also work. We do vars.push and pop. This should still work. Damn, why is it working without me fixing it? I would have thought the outer var would not. No, it's further down in the scope. Why would that work? You can only go upwards, not downwards. I'm an idiot. Okay. So let's take this for a spin now. Okay. Right. That wasn't too bad. That wasn't too bad, was it? I feel like putting my feet up, playing some Ballato, drinking some more tea, right? Oh, my stupid shoulder. But there we go. Okay. Oh, by the way, I'm going to do another sponsored segment with the same guys as last time. So I'm excited about that. They texted me this morning and I just eagerly replied, "Yeah, sign me up, man." They have a new tool they've added to it, so we can definitely play around with that. I'll be excited to see what we can do with that. I did play around with it to show someone a few days ago, but I felt a bit guilty using my account after the segment. But I'm guessing I shouldn't. I mean, they gave me the account, so okay. Wow, this seemed to be working now. So let's throw. And so this kind of renders the whole with statement meaningless, right? So if we get rid of this, yeah. There we go. Okay, let's add A in here now. So let's open up A. And yeah, the value is not accessible here. So we have to local value lol. That works. And if we don't have any value declarations here, it just works. Okay, that means that we have to update it. That was so quick to do, right? That means we have to update the documentation here, right? So locals are defined using local keyword. Can we do this? Man, Alacrity is being a dingus sometimes, right? Yeah, let's move that down a little bit. Move that frown down, Gordon. Frown, I don't know. Should we do that as well? And we put this up here. Locals are defined using the local keyword. Look at it, a local value. Okay, I don't want to read that. A local value is only scoped to the component. No, a local value is scoped to the component and how do we express this? A a local value is never accessible outside the current component. But hang on to your sockets. Do you want to see something fun though? We should be able to do attributes dot value, and then here value is value. Fiddle my stick. That did not work. That should have worked. Okay. I did think this was a little bit too easy. Too easy. Yeah. Okay, this is a bug. This attribute should be let's do this. We don't care about the rest. This value should be an expression of a variable. Because we declare the variable here. All right, to the GDB mobile. Where's the statements? There you are. Let's evaluate a node. And let's look at the attributes. Wait, I'm looking at the wrong thing, you fool. No, it's component. Oh, shit on it. That might be all we have to do now. Ha 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 ha! Quickest bug fix in the world. I wish I could say, but I can't. Man, that was painfully quick. So this should not be push scope. This should be scope boundary. And pop scope should be pop scope boundary. Okay, and let's add the actual comments here. There we go. Okay, I feel like this might require some more testing. So let's look at the main function. Okay, that's enough. Oh, man, that is just beautiful. Okay, that should be out there. Oh, it's just so gorgeous, isn't it? Man, things are easy, aren't they? All you need is a holiday, and then you're fine, right? I'm loving this. This is so good. Oh, you waffle sandwich maker. What do we do now then? Huh? What do we do now? Can we break this? Is index really an unregistered component? I don't think so. But you know what? I don't care. Let's try this. B has already been used. It's an unregistered component because is you using B from B. Yeah, because that component is not available because recursive components. Oh man, this is so good. I'm so excited about this. Stop trying to build this. Wait, I think this example is done here. Yeah. Unlike globals, the placement within the template is relevant for locals. The following display of 1, the following display of 1, 2. That's it. Okay. That's a better description. I don't think enough people use it to warrant that, but yeah, I think Dotty. Did you see my comment on Discord? So the gist of it is to just elaborate on that a little bit. So if you do something with the AUR, then you don't need to do anything, right? Really, what you can do is you just get the link to this, copy link, and then you go into some directory, and then you clone this, and then you run make package, and this will build the thing. We're not going to do that. And then when you're done, you do make package -I. We're not going to do that either, right? But that's like the gist of it. And the reason it's encouraged not to use an AUR helper is to read this first. So you read this, and yeah, kind of skim through these things. Let's see if there's anything about the helpers here, right? So the gist of it is that you use AUR helpers when you know how to install packages yourself, right? That's kind of like it's like an arch thing, right? Understand how the AUR works, look at the packages, install them, fiddle with them. Once you get there, but okay, I get how this works now. Then you can use Paru. Paru and Jay are made by the same person. I think Paru is possibly more up to date and more feature complete. I don't know. Hello C3, how you doing? Okay. I think we're good. Are we gonna do another release now? Let's get this out then, right? Fantastic, C3. Thank you. Oh, it definitely will help getting base core installed. But the way you get base core installed is you go to base core, you right click this thing, copy link, clone it, make package. This will now do all the stuff for you. And then if I wanted to install this now, I'll run make package -I, but I'm not going to install this because I already have that. But that's the gist of it, right? The thing that the AUR helps now, Paru forces you to look at things, but let's abort that. But the thing that the general idea for what you're doing, right, is to read the package build file before you do anything, because anyone can put anything in here. So you want to have an idea for what is actually happening here, right? I have not, so I don't have an opinion on that, see-through. I mean, I could have an opinion because I'm a streamer, so I have opinions about everything, but I don't have one that has any value. That's right, Dottie. Well, no. Forget Pac-Man. Pac-Man has nothing to do with the AUR, all right? You can pull the latest and then do another make package, all right? But the important thing is that you read this, okay? You see what they do and what they have, right? So this one provides package name, which is base core. It's in conflict with base core git, which means if you install base core git, this thing will complain. There's a license if you care about that. Here's where it's gonna download. You got the URL, which is defined here. You got the package version, the app image, and so here's some rules that it's gonna install, right? These rules are the UDev rules, right? But you might want to go and look at these rules to see what they actually do, right? Because this is to get you into the habit of analyzing and looking at what you're installing, right? Why is that good? Well, it's good because you're installing things that's not been verified by anyone from the Arch team, for instance, right? It's not an official Arch package. This is why adding various sources to apt is a bad idea, because they don't show you this stuff. Whereas with the AUR, you kind of should look at it before you install it, right? So it's a security thing, right? Did they use proprietary firmware? I think this whole thing is open source C3, but don't take my word for it. Go and have a look instead, right? You can just go here and have a look. And then this is what it's going to do. It's going to install this to here. This one checks if it's Wayland to set some electron flags. I mean, you get the idea. You can see what it does, right? No, I mean, so there's another thing you can do as well, right? You can, when you go to the AUR, you can kind of get an idea how popular something is by the number of votes as well, right? So base core has 3 votes. If we go and look at something like OBS, browser, plugin, this one has no votes. No, that's browser transition. That has no votes, right? What else is in there? What if we look at something like Google Chrome? All right, that one has 22,000 votes. No, it doesn't. It has 2,286 votes. Or maybe there's 2 IBM 286s in there, right? I've accidentally uninstalled Google Chrome from this machine a while ago, and I haven't used it. I haven't had to use it yet. So that's kind of fun. Nobody cares, you nerd. Okay. Globals define global full string. Unused results in the value resolver. Wait, how did that break all of a sudden? Oh yeah, because defining globals are now returning a result. So you can't define the same one over and over again, right? Let's just unwrap you then. Looking good to me. Oh, beautiful. Right, we're gonna release a version soon. Not into main though. You have to go to dev first. Okay, so this is pretty good. We'll bump the version from dev once we're done with this. So let's git switch to dev. Wait 6 to 8 years for these two to finish. While we wait, maybe we just change everyone to have the name Sandwich, right? In the honor of excitement. All right, fine, it's done. Right, you guys don't have to be called Sandwich anymore. But for a minute or 5 seconds, you were all beautiful sandwiches. I'm just flexing, don't worry about it. Wow, okay. Are we ready to do our release now? Yes. I think we are. Oh, 0.2.8. So cargo release publish version 0.2.8, I think. Whoops. Is that not it? Am I using the wrong one? Wait, that was a mistake. It's one of these that I want to get rid of. Yeah, so this one I want to get rid of. So cargo release. Can we see the installed one? List installed commands. Yeah, so cargo uninstall release. Isn't... No, okay. Cargo remove release then. Okay. How do we uninstall something? Uninstall a Rust binary. Isn't this a third-party thing? Yeah. Wait, maybe this is the one I want to use. This is the one I want to use. Okay, I'm being an idiot. Good thing I didn't uninstall that. So cargo release version 0.2.8. There we go, right? And then we'll do... We have to do workspace. Or do I have to do workspace here? Yes, there we go. Okay, so this is a version bump. I don't think this one will create a tag here for 0.2.8. Not until we do an actual release, right? Let's look at the tags now. Okay, so let's add this into our main branch. Okay, wait, why are these not verified? Oh, I must have done this from another computer. All right. So we're gonna release this, and this will have the new scoping. While we're doing that, we're gonna go to the guide. Make sure that, okay. Let's go to the guide in the meantime. And prepare that one for release. We have one pull request in there, and I think that's the one we want. Okay, so that's now pushed. That one is sitting there. We're going to merge this one now. Then we're going to do a git release. Wrong thing. No, cargo release. Git switch main, git pull. Wait, why is there a conflict here? Okay, git merge tool. Okay, that looks like the one we want. Fix wrong truthiness check on control flow. In control flow update. Okay, then that seems more correct. All right. Show save. Nobody cares. We're on 0.2.8 here and here. And 30 is now in there. We want that one. Save and quit. Ooh, what is this? Test utils. That's probably just going to look at a different version. Yeah, we want that one. Okay. Wait, why are these all modified? What the hell? No. Hang on. This isn't right. This is on the main branch. Yeah. Why is there a merge conflict there? Oh, I must have done a release from here that I never pushed. That's weird. So this one's gonna complain about a merge conflict. And then there's not a lot here, but why does it change all those files then? Okay, this is confusing me a little bit. So we're just gonna grab everything from the right side. Okay, so why does git status show all these modified files? I mean, I can't even push this, right? This kind of boggles my mind a little. Oh, okay. That was super weird. Why was that happening? Version bump. Okay, anyway, who cares? Let's release this. Whew. All right. Let's keep this one open. Yeah, how you doing? Hi. Thank you for watching. How's your day going? Do you wanna talk about something fun? I don't know. This is gonna be a while. Okay. Put your feet up. Unless, you're watching this by the dinner table, then you probably shouldn't do that. We have to watch this to make sure that we don't time out. It's a little bit annoying, but there's like a 10-second timeout sometimes when you do this. Ah, look at this. All right. Almost there. What are we building now? All right, is this the route now? Yeah. There we go. Latest one. Okay, let's do a little post on the Discord. Oh no, it's still publishing this stuff. Okay. I wonder how annoying this is gonna be on crates.io if I'm just gonna be no, maybe not here, just updated. Yeah. Okay, now we're not entirely zonk at this whole thing, but we are a little bit. I feel a little bit guilty. A little bit. For uploading so many crates at the same time. But it's all right. Look at this. Look at these. Cool is that? Cool is this? Zero downloads of all time. Nobody loves you. No, not you. Damn it. All right. So let's go and write a release post on Discord. If I could just write something. 0.2.8 released. And then we're going to read in. Could you please? The changes. But we only care about that. I should also say here, locals are scoped to their parent element. There we go. What a faff. What a delightful faff. Okay, so what are we gonna do next? Are we done now? Let's see what issues do we have? Okay, this one is fixed. So the one-shot runtime would be pretty boss to have. I don't know what would be involved in creating that, but something would be. What should we do for that? You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do lunch. I might start a little bit later tomorrow, by the way. I got a few things to do. I need to start repairing the house, so the stuff that are broken. Well, I didn't break it, but the stuff that were broken. Is that like an on initialize? No, it's a new floor. No, the issue with the one-shot runtime is this, right? When you run, whoopsie doodles, when you run something with Anathema, it takes over your screen, right? So cargo run, it takes over the entire screen, right? Because 00 is in the top left corner. But if you wanted to write a tool like ls or whatever, you need to start printing from the cursor location, right? So we need something that doesn't clear the screen. We need like a whole different way of rendering, right? Or maybe something that sets 00 to where the cursor is. No, that's not going to work either, right? And we need to do something that can scroll the screen as well, right? That's when you get to the bottom of the screen, it should start scrolling it. So this doesn't quite work. Even if we disable raw mode on here and clear, it will still start printing it up here. So it doesn't really help. So yeah, I don't know how we should do that because it kind of goes against how we draw. We're kind of starting with the assumption that 0, 0 is the top left of the screen, and we give it a constraint as well. Maybe this isn't even a thing that we can do. Maybe I should just get rid of that issue. I think maybe we do, right? There is no reason to do this then, right? It can't because everything is about moving the cursor, right? Everything is about constraints and positioning. Okay, that's like the whole the way the layout works, right? So if we don't position something, well, then we can't do anything, right? I don't know how we would do that. I think it needs a different layout. Um like different widgets for that even. Yeah, I have no idea how we would do that. I don't even know. I mean, the constraint could be unbounded. That could be a thing. So maybe if we did some, well, this thing could possibly work. Right now, we set the cursor to 0, 0. But we would have to say that this is somehow 0, 0 then. When we start. Well, maybe not. Maybe we just start drawing where we are. You're going to have a width, but not a height. It does make sense, but you wouldn't be able to scroll it. Like, it would still have a fixed size. I don't know, Dodgy. But just like everyone else, I pride myself of not being like everyone else, right? What a quote. Maybe we could, Caleb, if we dumped everything to a buffer and then just printed that buffer. I think I kind of understand what you mean, Caleb. So we don't really move the cursor. Well, it needs a fixed width so we can do line breaks. But a fixed width is not an issue. It's we can have an unbounded height. What would that look like in here? I think it might be doable, but I think we're definitely getting into some sketchy places with this. So is the backend gonna provide? I think the backend provides the size, which is why we pass in the backend here. Yeah. So we create a new builder with a new size, and maybe that shouldn't be size but constraint instead. So if we change this to constraint, because that's probably what we use the size for. Yeah, the height would be unbounded. So we would draw everything. We draw everything. I think you might be onto something here, right? We draw everything into a buffer, and then we just print that entire buffer to screen when we're done. But you know what would also be pretty cool though? if you could run a program while you're running your terminal, that would kind of be insane. Can you do that? So it doesn't capture standard in or anything. It just prints to standard out. That would be another thing that we could do that would be pretty insane. That would let you do some pretty funky stuff. Huh. Wow, what a lot of weird shit we can do. Thinking about this. Yeah, so we render into what would that look like? So okay, we can change this size to be how are we using the size, right? Oh yeah, we just set the size on the builder. And then we pass the size into the runtime, yeah? And what do we do with the size here? Apparently we don't. We would create a viewport, okay? Yeah. We wouldn't have a viewport then. A viewport only keeps a size and a region. What the frick is a region? Is this ever used? Let's get rid of this region business. I don't think this is ever used. No. We're still on the dev one, yeah. It cannot possibly fail here. No, I didn't think so. Okay, so we'll make, if we make a new backend that is unconstrained instead. Let's have a look at how this one works then. So, this one will write to standard out. The other one should look the same. We just don't wanna. How do we do this with? How do we do this with I mean, we could make the size, the height unbounded by just setting it to a usize max, right? That's a non-issue. But which widgets could we or couldn't we use then, right? If we look at something like a line could not be used because this one is going to use the maximum size. So a line is off the table. What about a border? Yeah, this one might be an issue because it needs to move the cursor. And I think layout starts off with the cursor. Well, no, we can still do what you said. So instead of moving the cursor, we're kind of offsetting everything, right? I think what we would do is like the thing here we need to do is make sure that we position things accordingly. All right. So we kind of have to offset everything. Because right now we say move the cursor to 0, 0. But we don't want to say that. We want to do something different. Okay, let's look at the 2 backend. Maybe this is built in here to set the thing to 0, 0. Okay. Another useless constant. Yeah, I don't see what the point of that one was. Yeah, I think we're good. So we could do... Here, we start the positioning off at 0, 0. I don't think we need to do that. Oh, maybe this is doable, right? Without too much work. Okay, let's make a one-shot runtime be a thing. Just like let's make this thing run once. Could we move all this into a function called run once, maybe? And put that here. The sleep micros thing could probably be omitted. Okay. Yeah, I think so. I think that's a good catch. Well, maybe not. No, because it has to happen here. And we're skipping this part. But we could move since we're not going to do any of this stuff, this could be moved into the loop. So this thing is just going to return this. And then we get rid of, let's get rid of this. And then we get rid of this here. Then this would be self.run once. Backend. This is a pretty big change now. And we need that. We can put it here. Okay. That might be it. Because everything else is about the Okay, let's try this then. It's still running. Can we get the state in here? Will this actually work? It does. But the program is kind of running there. Yeah, because it's running in a loop here. Okay. That's okay. We need to rename these things. But we want this to only run once. But we have a loop here. I guess we can move this loop as well. No, because we need this in there. Yeah, this has to sit in here for this to work. No, because wait, this one doesn't work. No, we can't do this. Uh tab indexing has nothing to do with this. All right, let's roll back. This isn't right. Run once needs to look different. It's as simple as that. Don't want any of this in here. Hello, Zativa. And then here we're just going to return okay. There's nothing we can do here. Mismatch type. What do you want from me? Does this not? All right, we need to okay here. So run once is very small. So we're just going to tick twice. And this is just to show the error, if there's an error in there. Yeah, that was it. So cargo run. Do we have a clear in there? No. Let's take that one out as well. Okay, so that's the output. Where's the whole A1 thing? This one will reset the cursor and do things, so that's fine. But I don't see this code, or rather I don't see this information when we run this. No, where is it? Okay, let's get rid of some warnings. Okay. Yeah, I don't see the output. I don't know why. There it is. Oh, and it clears the screen. That's why. Okay, so if we just change the backend. Yeah. Man, you could make your own prompt as well then. But I want to find out how we can run this without capturing standard in. Can you do that with cross term? Because that's what we're using under the hood. Let's have a look at cross term. Question is, why aren't there banners everywhere? Let's look at the examples here. I think maybe not capturing the events, right? I think I'm overthinking this. Let's set up a new backend. There's one called 2 scroll there. Let's get rid of that one. And I'm gonna copy the 2-1 to one shot. Brain fart. All right, let's pick this one apart then, right? We're not gonna talk about that. Standard out and right is fine. All this is fine. This should be a one-shot backend builder to stand out. I don't think we're gonna do any of these things. We're just gonna have the standard out there. All right, we don't do that or that or that or that. And I don't think we're gonna clear either. This one, I don't know what we're gonna do. I think screen might be something that moves the cursor, but we'll see. So that'll be a one-shot backend. Now these events here, we're probably gonna have something different. We don't do any of these things. And then this thing becomes the one-shot. We want the screen, we want the output, we want events, we don't care about any of these things. Output, don't care about these things for now. All right, and then we have to implement backend. This one is a little bit sketch. This one's just going to return none, right? And this is where I think we might get away with it. Okay, resize ain't going to happen. So this is a no-op now. Right, we can skip that. We are probably not going to have the clear function. That should be a no-op as well. Maybe, I don't know, right? This save position we should not deal with. We're not, well, actually we don't have any of this. All we do is flush the output, so one shot backend. We don't do any of that. I don't think we need to restore the screen. What does this do? Raw mode, leave alt screen, mouse capture. Yeah, we don't need a drop implementation for this. We don't need a full screen function for this. We don't need disable raw mode. We just need the builder. Okay, let's see what this looks like. Okay, let's re-export some things. No, we're just going to go for one shot here. Okay, I don't care about that one then. That one's just dumbass. Okay, it still moved the cursor though. And then it overrides that. So what happens if we make the index a little bit longer here? All right. It's still gonna clear that entire line. That must be an artifact of the prompt then. Okay, so how can we prevent this one from moving to 0, 0, right? We can probably skip. Actually, right, it's not capturing the events at least. There's something happening here that we don't want. Let's see what the TUI backend does here on finalize. Finish, we set the screen. We don't have a finish thing there, right? Maybe this stuff could be done in the finalize function instead then. No, it doesn't matter. Screen has a new size. Do we have a screen here? Okay. What is it that makes it clear our output when we run? Why is that cleared? And why is the mouse moving? So we probably don't need like the double buffer or anything here. Okay, let's start with the draw function. Actually, no. I wonder if this paint function would start off at 0, 0, and that's the issue. And that might come from the runtime. So the layout context. Wait, where's the position? Okay, here we go. This one starts positioning at 0. Okay, I think this is where you're right, Caleb. We have to say, sorry, we have to say that 0 is kind of where the cursor is, so we don't actually move. Hmm. Hmm. We just have to translate this correctly. But I'm still unsure what clears the screen. There seem to be a few issues here. So when we call, everything goes to the screen. So the screen is the next thing to look at. Let's start here. So we should probably not have a new buffer and an old buffer. Instead, we should just have a buffer. Exactly. So 00 is in the buffer. So we kind of, but we're drawing into this screen. So the question is, how do we translate that to the current position? And this feels like a worrisome hack to me. I don't think we can get the cursor position. I think we can, but I don't know how dependable that is, right? Let's have a look at the documentation. Restore position and save position, but is there a read position? There is a position function. Okay. Yeah, that's what we're looking for. And to do that, Caleb, we need to have the cursor position. We need to translate the output of this to 00, right? Well, no, to whatever that is and 0. So we're only translating on the y coordinate. So we need to offset the y coordinate with our position. Have you been drinking? Okay. You know that's good. We probably don't want to have any of this in here. That's just going to be a buffer. And we're not going to store changes either. We're not going to resize. We're not going to erase. Ooh. No, we're not going to erase. We can leave erase region in there. Yeah, go and update your database now. Fix your indices, mate. So here, we're just doing this at a position and then update a cell. That's also fine. But here, when it comes to render, this is where we need to do something new, right? So draw change is just going to become draw. And here's where we need to do this, right? Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Where is the draw changes then? That's here. That should be just draw then. And that should be, okay, this is where we can do the offset, right? If this works, Caleb, this will be pretty good. We don't care about changes. So changes can go away. Changes. Diffing doesn't have to exist either. All right. So what we call changes here, we're gonna have it, but it's gonna be like our draw commands instead, right? And what do we call changes? It's going to be the same as an insert, which is just going to be a glyph, right? So that's what we need. So instead of changes, this is going to be the commands. Match on change. We're going to rename that, obviously. We don't have that or that. Or that. That's just going to be draw. So we're going to not have changes, but the commands we're going to draw. Vec near them. Egypt. And what do we store in there? Let's have a look at the draw thing again. What is it that you want? That's what you want. A local position, an optional style, and a glyph to draw. And then draw commands. Probably don't need that either. Okay, so then we need to generate the draw commands from here. So all of these things that goes on to the buffer needs to then go from the buffer to that, right? So there's a render function somewhere. Render, here we go, right? So draw commands. Okay, so we need to translate this here then, right? From buffer to draw commands. Now I think this buffer is yeah, it works like a grid. So this is a one-dimensional storage that uses the width to deal with things. I didn't see that problem when I was there, though, Privan. I didn't see any developers as far as I know, so maybe you don't have enough developers. Right? You just make them understand. Use a convincing argument. Okay, so we need to drain the buffer now. Can we do? Is there a way to iterate? We can look at the to buffer or the draw here. Is it in the screen maybe? Draw. Okay, the diff one. Okay, so we just call cell lines. Okay, for line in self.buffer.cell lines. What's in here? It's a cell. How surprising. And then we just copy this stuff. So this will be self dot draw commands push. Okay, we don't care about changes here. We don't have a previous style. We don't care about that either. So we're just gonna say new cell style here, right? I can get rid of that one. Don't care about that. Wait, what the hell? Where does the new cell style come in? Where's the new cell in the first place? Isn't this a line? Yeah, so for cell in line. How do I block a user on Twitch? You just click on their name and then you choose block somewhere. Oh yeah, you click on a name and then you click the little 3 dots next to the name and then you click block and followed by and you see the name, right? You can block them and report them. Someone's harassing you, right? You can type /block as well. Isn't that why you couldn't come and hang out in Gothenburg, Priven? Because you were busy writing JavaScript, enjoying it? Sent to jail for life. Man, it's pretty harsh living in your reality, I have to say, Caleb. It doesn't show you can block them, really. All right. Oh, right. You can just click on their name and choose not interested. I thought you were being harassed by someone. Ah, that's kind of funny. Yeah. I see. Okay. Yeah. It's not something I watch, so I can't say anything to that about. Nah, you're safe, Priven. Don't worry about it. Okay, so that's how we do this, right? So we start off with the y coordinate there, and then we get the x coordinate here. And this thing should be, this should be the glyph, right? Yeah, actually, I don't know where where does the style come in? Really? That has a style? All right. So what do you state? So match on cell.state then? Although that's not that's the glyph. Oh, really? Why don't we just continue here then? Okay, we still don't have the offset. And it still does that. But are we using the right thing now? Yeah, bloody clickfluencer programmer bastard. Always up to no good. Alright, so this thing should probably not be an option of a style. This should probably just be style then. Then that's what we get here. But then we could just pass in the cell, couldn't we? Well, one thing at a time, yeah. I'm using a RAM for my RAM, yeah. Okay. That joke never gets old, Privan. We should just embrace this for the rest of our lives, right? See, this we do not want. We do want that, but not that. I wonder if this is gonna change things. Yes. Yes, that is one step in a funky direction. Okay, now we need to do the offset. Don't do it, little pointer. Don't do it. You don't know what you're walking into. All right, so we need to create an offset here, which is our local position as well. So where's the we need to get the screen position for our one shot. Cursor position. The local position. Can this thing fail? Yes, it can. Man, that is one itchy bitchy nose. All right, that is a U16, U16. Can we just call into here and then stick the cursor position here? Fiddle my stick. All right, I think this is going insanely well so far. And some of you who are a bit superstitious might think, did you just jinx it? And to you, I say probably. Okay, so rendering, we now need to do the offset. So screen render self output self dot cursor position. And let's make this render bender have a offset, which is a local position. And we're gonna do that here plus offset dot y. This might be it. Fiddle my stick. It still moved to 0, 0 though. Okay, why are you doing that? Maybe this is not giving us the right number. Okay, let's go back and look at what we do here. I think it will. That's interesting, Christopher, that it doesn't work. It might also be that if you choose not interested, it can take a second for it. Like choose not interested, and then it should disappear, and it might take a second for it. Like I don't know if you can do anything about the actual streamers that are on the front page of Twitch. I don't think you can ignore those. I don't know though. I don't see anything here that says 0. So let's go into our demo here. And well, that ain't gonna work. There it is though. It is working. Okay, can we style this now? Okay, so that might not have worked out entirely correct. I don't know why. I would have thought it would. Ship it. No, I don't think we can ship it. That's because we only get one line to draw on, and we're missing the final character return there, so we should probably have that too. How are we on a particular branch here? Man, I'm so happy I'm not on any of these things. Maybe we need to change new line to character return. And you can't, I don't know. What does it look like to me if I go there? Twitch.tv. If I click on someone's name, I get report channel or not interested. All right, let me see. Hang on to your sockets. So if I do this, this is like the front page. If I click here, I can choose not interested. Like that. I don't know. Right? Or report channel. Where the top slider doesn't give you anything. You have no control to do anything here. You can't choose anything here. I think that's just what Twitch puts on the front page, and you can't do anything about that. You can block the element. There's never anything interesting there, because, you know, I'm not there. I'm just saying. Why am I not in streamer mode there? Okay, I can't understand how this works. Okay, so we need to print a new line character when we go to the next y coordinate in that case. So the y is always going to be... Wait, draw commands. And then here we call draw. Okay. So for every line, we need to be a little bit clever about this. Do we have the move check in here? Because we're going to start to draw, then we need to insert carriage return. How do we do that? We simply print a new line. So we're going to go through every line. So every line should end with add new line character. We could just look at the past X, or sorry, the past Y, and then add a new line character that way. So you start off with 0. Wait, where am I now? I'm in the right place. Why is this not a thing all of a sudden? Oh, because that one's called last Y, you stupid bastard. All right, we have last Y there, don't we? Okay, let's think this through for a second, all right? We're going to draw this. We're going to draw one line, all the characters, and then make a new line character, and then draw the next line. Can we just print that? So we're really just talking about moving the... We just need to move the we don't need to move the Y position, right? The Y position stays the same. Instead, what we do is insert a carriage return. Right? So we don't... So we just move the X position and then we scroll it up. So the Y position is always the same. I think that's how this has to work. So let's add some dual commands in here. Okay, so let's have an enum draw command. And this is either going to be a draw, which has an X position, not an X position of a U16. It has a style and a glyph. And then we have a new line. So that's what we put in there instead. So this will be a draw command, push, draw, X value, cell.style, and glyph. And then here, at the end of this, we just draw a new line. How annoying. Then we change this to take draw commands instead. Whoops. One shot. Okay, we have to make that one public to the crate or pub. Super. Thanks for asking. Okay, so this will be for command in commands. Match on the command. Right, so here we're just gonna queue up. And I think we're gonna take it from here. Yeah, no, so we need like a print. That's the one we're looking for. And what are we printing? A new line character. Draw X style glyph. X style and glyph. Now we also need to have the, forget U, we need to have the Y coordinate here, right? As a U size. We don't have a W in there for some reason. No, I'm an idiot. Don't tell anyone. No? What are you returning then? All right, sorry, I totally missed that. Yeah, idiot. There we go. No, what would you return then? There you go. Yeah, we'll get to you shortly. Okay, so we need to pass in the Y coordinate here. So that's gonna be self.cursor position dot Y as U size. Hello, maniac. How you doing? Oh, that's an unknown field. Why? Cursor, maybe? No, that's on the screen. So we need to pass in the cursor here. Yeah, that's the offset. Okay, we got it. All right. There we go. Oh, I don't do anything on time. Question is, if we run this now, is it gonna print 3 new lines? Because that's a step in the right direction. Come on. Why did it do? Oh, for every... No, hang on. The commands should be okay. Dang it. What if we hard code just a couple of these? I must have missed the... Where are you? The Y value here. No. How many cell lines are there? We're gonna have to breakpoint this one. Yeah, I can do, buddy. I gotta finish this though. Is my phone down here? It kind of has to be. Nope. Okay. Where is the okay, here we go. Render. All right, let's see how many of these we're actually adding now. That's one of those. Okay. More than one. All right. Let's just get rid of that then. And see how many. That's a lot of them. Oh shit. It's gonna make the buffer the size of the screen. So yeah, that makes sense. All right, show some code, Tommy. Okay. Yeah, this doesn't work with this buffer because this buffer is a clever way of doing one thing, a terrible way of doing something else. Use either. Oh man, do we have a paste command? Use this. If we don't have a paste, yeah, we do have a paste command. There you go. Just because like paste bin is such a catastrophic mess that anyone uses paste bin in 2027 is beyond me. But like paste bin have been good in the past, but now when you open it up, it's just a mess. I didn't even want to look at the code there, right? What do I use? No, I just shared it in chat. Yeah, Modprog's paste is great. Prevan made one, but he was too late to market. It doesn't load for you. All right, let me get in touch. Then you can use paste.rs web. I think it's overloaded, but I'll add him. I don't know, Bulov King. What kind of makeup do horses wear? Oh man, Napoleon. I went to a shop in Gothenburg that where everything was made of like licorice. I mean, not the actual things in the shop, but everything they sold was licorice. They even had like licorice and what was it? Licorice and tangerine or whatever. Some kind of insane beverage. Hang on, I took a picture of it because why wouldn't I? Did I not paste that? I am sorry. Apparently, I didn't. Oh yeah, there we go. Passion fruit and licorice. All right. Look at this thing. So this place and everything, there was so much Bulov in here as well. I almost fell off the wagon, man. It was brutal. But passion fruit and licorice, what an insane combination. Yeah, I think that's it, right? Good. Um when you say it's too short or too long, can you show the yeah, there is a new crate that you can use called GIF by the same guy. Fucking help. By the same guy who made Rip Grab. All right. So this one I would probably use today. As a matter of fact, I did use that for something recently, but doesn't mean the Corona shouldn't work. So if this thing manages to actually parse, no, it's short for a jiffy. I'll be done in a jiffy. No one says I'll be done in a giffy unless you are incredibly special. Right. Uh, yeah, so this one is going to be problematic. So we have to change the way the buffer works. We can't use this buffer. So we have to make actual lines here instead, which sucks a little bit, perchance. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Well, I guess what we could do is we could extend it one line at a time. So if you try to write past it, we just add, or maybe we don't. Maybe we simply store everything as a flat, not flat. Yes, flat. We just store everything as a list of draw commands. So this one is now a vec of a cell and a position. Like that. So you get with, oh, hang on, too long, not enough. Day, month, year, hour, minute. I'm guessing this is Tommy's input, not output, right? Is that correct, Tommy? How do you handle white codes? We have a continuation cell. Yeah, but you want hours and minutes, so that one doesn't work. This one should be enough. All right, so I'm gonna take your program now, and I'm gonna fix this, Tommy. Maybe. Why do we need this? We don't. Not enough, right? And what we do now is this. Ugh. Okay, that's what we're passing in. So then we're gonna try this. Just run it. We don't care about that now. Not enough. So we're looking for day, month, year. Out of range? Damn it. What do you mean out of range? You're out of range. Okay, so it doesn't seem to matter what we pass in. It's always not enough. Your mama's out of range. All right, so it doesn't seem to matter what we do here, even if we just want to parse the day. Not enough. Okay, then I want to see the. I made the assumptions here, but I think maybe we need to look at the parsing options here, right? Okay, here we go. Hello, Raphael. How you doing? Okay, so if we try, let's go to definition for this as well. Wow. Okay. I mean, if this is all you have to jam in there, then damn, right? But let's start from here. This is fine, right? Let's get rid of the time zone bullshit. Not enough. Too long. Wow. Okay. No, so the issue is that you have to you seem to have to match everything. All right, let's read. Parse a string from a user-specified format into a datetime fixed offset value. Note that this method requires a time zone in the input string. So it requires a time zone. Maybe that's it, right? So let's get rid of everything that is the time and just include the time zone. I just realized I'm changing this the source code for the library instead of this. All right, let's do that again. Get rid of everything that is time here except the time zone. Not enough. Okay, maybe. All right. Maybe we can use something else, right? You tried the naive one. So parse from stir. This one returns a fixed offset. Is this maybe what you would be looking for? No, no, it isn't. So this is a fixed offset one, though. Can we go with a naive one? What was it called? Naive date, right? The trade bound time zone is not satisfied. For what? Like, we can't even do that. So fixed offset is required. We can't use naive. Okay, what if we use UTC here, right? I'm guessing UTC would work. Come on. And no. Okay, it's me being UTC misspeller. No, there's no parse from stir there. So you have to include a time zone. That's kind of shit, really. Requires a time zone in the input string. So you don't have a choice. I mean, I don't think this is the right function, okay? Because this thing implies that you need to pass a time zone, regardless of what you want to do. I don't know why they seem to give you some option here of passing it, or like passing a string and a format, because they don't. This looks like there should be an issue. All right. I'm sure if we go here, get rid of some open business here. I mean, this seems like it's right up your alley. No. Naive time. All right, is that what we should use? Whoops. Not enough. Wait a second. Can we do this to start with? Yeah, that works. Okay, I don't think we can throw like a day in here. Yeah, we can. Although it seemed to only give us time, of course. Is there a date time? No. Damn this thing. All right. Let's just look at parse stir here. I think parse from stir. Can't parse BC dates. There's no way. Okay, here we go. Let's try this thing then, right? Not enough. That doesn't seem to help though. Can we get rid of this? Okay, I see what it is then. So we want the day, month, and year for this to work. I don't know why I'm writing all. Out of range. Oh, it's probably my year format. Yeah, there we go. All right, fixed it. Okay. So just use naive date time, yeah? What a mess that was, though. But obviously, this is because I didn't read read the documentation. So, all right, what's your entry? Okay, so I think I see why this isn't working, and that's because you don't have the time in there. Wait, there we go. Right, too long. Will this work then? Not enough. Okay, so this is stupid, but you have to include the seconds, is what I'm thinking. No. Damn, what am I missing? I mean, this works. What's the difference? Oh, right. Sorry. Idiot warning. Right, so that works. Can we get rid of seconds now? Too short because we're saying seconds here. If we get rid of seconds, does it work? Yeah. All right. Yeah, no, you have to use naive date time, Tommy. That's how this works. If you don't, you have to supply a time zone. Does this solve your problem? Does this make sense? This is working how I thought it would now. So if we wanted to, we could get rid of this and this. No, we can't. Then we have to add at least a minute. Yeah. But seconds, so hours and minutes are required, but seconds are optional. I mean, this is just insane, all right? Let's have a look at what Jiff is doing, but this will work for you, all right? Oh yeah, modprox thing is down, so let's not worry about it then. What was I doing? Yeah, so we store a cell and its local position in here instead. Now, it would be good if we arranged everything accordingly so we didn't have to jump around. So let's do that first. Yeah, let me know if it doesn't work, Tommy. Actually, maybe we store this as lines instead. It would be a little bit more memory usage, but it will at least store the position, right? Jeff just parsed a couple of fixed formats. That's probably better than this confounded nonsense that we just looked at, though. Right? So what we have right now is we take the entire screen like this, and then we fill it up with cells in a grid. And I just realized how I don't want to draw out all of these cells, right? So this is it, right? So we recreate these with empty cells. What we could do is do them line by line. So whenever something moves, we just add lines to that, but instead of making a grid, right? So we start off with an empty line that you write into. This is the 0, 0 line, right? And if you push something at, say, 0, 5, then we will just insert a bunch of empty lines until that point. So we don't build them up the way we did before. So it looks like this then. And these are called our lines now. And the size is only relevant for the width. So here we're going to say that lines are this. So it'll be a nested vec. Beauty. Everyone loves that. So it's an empty cell multiplied by that as U size. And then we make that into a box slice. So that's first line. Now we don't have a height constraint anymore. I just use my own Vim plugin. I wonder if that works. Bot. There you go. If you actually, that's not it. There's like a toggle rust plugin there somewhere that I use for this. So this one is going to be easy, right? It's just going to be self.inner is mute. Fine. Lines. Well, what's a matrix, Enrico? You can have a flat list, right, of contiguous memory operate as a matrix, right? By knowing the width, right? So if the width is 3, that means that the first 3, this is going to be y0, and then the next 3 after that is going to be y1. So this is also a matrix. And now it's a square matrix, right? Y, whoopsie doodles, where's my poodles? Y is 2. So we have a width of 3 and we have a height of 3 now by having a 3 by 3. But it's not 3 by 3, right? Well, it is, but it's laid out, right? So this is also a matrix. Nice. Good work. Sounds like perfection to me. So lines are a bunch of box slices. Can you just not be difficult with me? Oh, fiddlesticks. Let's see. Okay. Back in. Yeah. We'll get to that. Okay, there's so many things that are wrong here. Let me just finish this one first, and then I can have a look at your catastrophe. So none of these are the actual error that I'm looking at. Okay, it's because there's a box slice, right? And that's kind of redundant, right? It's a bit silly to have to do this. But the alternative would be to just dereference that. That will work as well, right? Okay, so resetting, that should just make an empty vec. I guess we don't need the first line until we push. So let's get rid of that one. Resizing is a non-issue here. We don't do resize on the one-shot buffer. Okay, so updating the cell, we no longer refer to it as an index this way. Instead, we are going to... We don't care about the size either. We care about this one, but not the y and the y value. We can let that one go nuts. There is an issue if you try to use something like a alignment or something in here. You're going to run out of memory if you do. So we have to prevent those from working in the... we're basically gonna let it panic. If the y value is too large, then we have to panic, right? I'm good. Best Dev, how you doing? So now we just need to ensure that this actually exists, right? So let's write a function that ensures the existence of a line, basically. It's going to be used here as well when we put the glaive. It's a little bit tedious to do this. Maybe we just get rid of resize then. So we're going to have one for ensuring this thing, right? So if the, we can let it return a bool as well, right? So this product is what's driving what you see here, amongst other things, right? It's a terminal user interface library that can do quite a lot of stuff. And right now we're adding a one-shot runtime to this, so you can write programs that doesn't actually go into raw mode and take over the terminal, but just print some output. So if you wanted to write a replacement for an ls and things like that, right, you could do so. So here we're going to ensure the storage, and we're going to return a Boolean value as we do so. This is probably where we could also panic if the Y value is too large. So if the self.lines.length is less than or equal to position.y, then we're going to add a new line, right? We'll just have a function for a new line. So self.lines.push. We're going to make a vec of a line. So we're just going to repeat an empty cell here, right? So cell empty. And since these are copy types. All right, no stress though, buddy. And how many do we need? We need the width for this thing, right? So that's how many we need. And then we can do into boxed slice. So we change this to while this is true, then we do a new line. Position.x, no. Yeah, we don't pass in the width. I don't know what insanity that is, but let's do size dot width as use size. No unwrapping in here. Okay. Right, so we have to cast this as a U16, again, a non-issue. And then we don't do any bool, anything here, but rather we're going to let this thing panic, right? Yeah, I think that's fine, right? Okay, so to update the cell, then we check if this thing, if the X position is outside of the width, then we're just going to ignore that one. But if the Y position is, then we have to add to that, right? So we'll do a ensure ensure storage with the position, right? So now we know either this will panic correctly. Solves everything. All right, so we don't need to translate when we have a flat storage, like I showed you the matrix that is in one-dimensional storage. Then we have to do this translation to an index, but we don't have to do that here, right? Instead, to get the cell, we're going to go into self lines, and we'll start off with the position Y. And from here, we're going to get position X as use size. And that will give us the cell. Easy. Do we ever use this get function? Apparently we do. So I guess we'll have it then. There's no height concern again. So we do the same thing here. Ensure the storage with the given position. And then here we're gonna get the we don't because we do this and it's gonna panic. This one is kind of meaningless to do. So we can do the same thing here as we do for the other stuff, right? We're just going to get it by the position. And that does not have to be immutable. This, on the other hand, is supposed to be immutable. Wait, what did I just say? Never mind that. Okay, reset the cell. Then here we can just change this to get rid of that. Get mute the position. Whoops, the position. And then map that cell to be empty. And that's it. Okay, we don't care about the... Wait, is that supposed to be a cell? We don't care about the style. Apparently we do. Wait, what the heck is in here? Oh, right. No, we're getting the wrong thing here. Oh, that's why. All right, fine. Let's just do this then. And then we say cell is empty. Oh, easy. There we go. And then putting something at a given cell. Man, we have so much here already, but let's get rid of the index because again, we don't need to. It's not called inner here, but lines. Again, let's just grab this. And that's the current. Wait, what? Yeah. There we go. I don't think we're going to index into the buffer this way. We can get rid of that for now. That has to be mutable for this to work, which is a little bit unfortunate, but there we go. This means that we will end up borrowing self-mutably, so the get and get mute are now redundant. It could all just be get mute. Okay, so what does this look like? Okay, that's it. Right? We only printed the number of new lines that we needed. That was surprisingly easy to get going. Okay, let's make sure that we actually add the values that we're supposed to add. Let's find the new lines in here. Apparently not. I'm in the wrong project again. That's the one we want. So we add the draw command. Now we just need to make the draw command actually work. I think this one we just draw empty still. That's because we don't do anything here. Let's move all of this thing into the draw command for the time being. We'll tidy this up at some point. And then we just uncomment all of this. Well, maybe not that. So new lines are handled by this guy. So wait, shit. Are they though? Yes, they are. They will be correct. So we don't need the Y value in here. We only need the next cell X. And we can get rid of this and that. Ooh, where's the screen position? Oh, no, it's just called X. There we go. And the Y value, we are gonna keep it as is. So we just do that. Don't deal with that. Next cell X is gonna be X plus that. So change with makes no sense. Well, it does. It's gonna be the glyph. And then we're gonna match on the glyph instead. Oh dang. What do you want? A U16 and a U16, right? That's probably what the error is. Okay, which one is the reference? That's the reference. Just dereference that one then. Same thing here. And that's it. Maybe this will work. What? What a trooper, eh? Okay. So we have a one-shot runtime, but let's do something bad now. If I modify the template, we have a border. Let's have a VStack here. Let's add another border here. Let's add the foreground to magenta just because we can. And what should we add there? We add like a final text. The end. Okay, let's make this draw outside of the terminal. As a matter of fact, why don't we just float the terminal, right? Oh, shit. That's not working now. Wait, none of that is working. All right, so apparently I'm a little bit simple. Don't worry about it. Huh. Okay, why do we have to build it every time? All right, so like word wrapping and everything works. Why is this thing broken if I resize the terminal? Wait, now it isn't? All right, I am so confused by this. All right, I better just clean that because I don't want it. Okay, but it does word wrapping correctly now. Yeah. Okay then. That's pretty good, I'd say. So that's our one shot backend done. It probably needs a lot of like cleanup, but I didn't think that was gonna work. To be honest, I thought it was gonna just not. No, but I wonder if we can have one that does something different. So what I was thinking is maybe, so first of all, let's commit this code. All right. Oh, really? Ah. First draft, one shot backend. Okay, let's see if we can do a little bit of a change here. So instead of using the one shot backend here, we'll use the two backend. And this should now take ownership of things. Wait, why are you still running like a one shot? Because we called run once. There we go. That's more like it. But this, I want to try something now. I want this to be a thing. Can we generate this method, please? So we disable events, and right now events is a thing. that just has a poll. We're just gonna have a bool here, or rather, enabled. It depends on what you're gonna do with the code, Tommy, right? Oh, idiot. Uh, will this work though? All right, you need to return something. You need to return self, and you belong up here. Oh shit, no, this isn't gonna work. I thought maybe we could disable events and for some reason return standard in and standard out, but why did I think that was gonna work? We would need a different backend for that, but I'm not gonna write that one now. Okay, so let's undo this work. Hard reset, done. All right, okay. So that would have been pretty cool if we could have done that, where we could have taken the events out of the equation and just take control of standard out whenever we want to use it. So we have like a deferred standard out backend. That would be pretty cool, all right? That would be pretty cool. But yeah, I guess we can just start building now, couldn't we? So if you wanted to build something, let's do something really like meaningless and stupid here. What should we do with this thing? I guess we can do it on the mount of the component just because, right? Forget the tick. Not ticks happening there, right? Let's have a quick look at the dir entry, which is the return type. Man, when did this become case sensitive? Apparently, oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Maybe it wasn't case sensitive. Maybe my brain was case sensitive. Where's the function list? All right, let's just do this, right? So this should be the entries. And let's just map the entry to some kind of state here, right? So we're going to say that the state here is entries instead. Well, guess we could add default there because it's going to be an empty list. We don't need A or B anymore. That's just nonsense. Don't care about hardware load. Let's store a struct entry here as a separate state. Could you please? There we go. And let's just have a name. Any of them. And is there like that. Then this could just be entries, value, list, entry, like this, okay? And then we're just gonna map these entries into that, right? Why don't we just make this happen on the, why do it on mount, right? What a completely confoundedly stupid thing I'm doing, okay? Let's do this here instead and just avoid being the dumbass that I was being there. The rest of the stuff we want, and I can't wait for us to get default for associated types, but that's not there yet, so, you know. Okay, so let's read this, and then we're going to say entries into iter, map each entry to something. We'll map it to an entry here, where the name is going to be entry. And let's see what we have on the list entry then. Oh, shit on it. Really? We have to do this as well? Well, iterator is implemented for this thing, and it's going to be a dir entry, so we're good. All right, so what can we do? We can get the path. We can get a file name, right? And file type. What does this thing has? It is dir. Okay, so file name and file type. All right, it's an oyster. Oh man, entry dot file name. Let's just not. Can we call display here? It's okay. Let's filter map the entries first, then, and then map. Come on, full stop. Wow, are you completely nuts? Okay, really? Oh, you want an option? Okay, be that way. We just don't care about that one, right? So now we have a dir entry. Do we have a display on there? We do, so we can now format this. It's a little bit wonky, but you know what? Okay. And then is there, it's going to be entry dot file type dot is there. And convert that into our value as well, right? Now, is that a result? Oh, man, you are shit sometimes. All right, we're just gonna unwrap here because this is just throwaway code in a way, right? All right, so that's gonna be our iterator for our entries. Entries, which apparently is the hardest word in the English language to write. Next to from with just one M. All right, so that's it, okay? Yeah, that one can't run where that has to run once. Okay. No, it's still gonna freak out. Oh yeah, we have the errors in there. So So we have to do something about errors when it comes to run ones. Is there a loop in here? No, there isn't. Oh, sheep. That error is not even there. That error comes from the builder. All right, so we have to fix that one in that case. Right. So now we should be able to do a vertical stack here and say for entry in entries. Yeah. There's our list. If entry is directory, then let's put a border around directories because that's dumb enough. All right, here's a really bad version of ls. No, it didn't work. There it goes. Wait, why did that not? Oh, shit. I understand the bug now, you bastard. Although I'm a little bit unsure why. But yeah, so this is our really low budget version of the one shot, right? Of ls. And I think the issue is when we clear the terminal. Yeah, so we can't have that. It doesn't do what it's supposed to do. It doesn't print out the new lines correctly. Why is that? When's the code relay? Yeah, we gotta figure out a time now that we're done. Okay. We gotta figure out a time for the code relay. Why is this? Hello, Wyra, how you doing? If you're interested, Wyra, a new version was just released, and now variables are scoped to their elements, and they don't bleed into components. So if you were to declare a local value here, that value is available throughout the entire template. And if you declare it here, this value is only available inside this border. So they are now scoped accordingly. I've updated documentation to reflect this as well. So if we go to GitHub, Anathema. Yeah, that must have been fairly recent. Nice one, nice one. So it's kind of this thing. You can see it here, how this template will output 121 because this one is scoped to this. This kind of makes the with statement redundant because these are effectively expression aliases, right? So the reason I think this is knackered is because we're not growing the output. So we're probably starting off with a really strange size. So let's do this. Let's create a width here. We're just gonna do this. We'll set the U size. Well, we can't set it to the width, can we? Ugh. Bleh. Bleh. All right, so this one should do nothing. It flushes the output, which is meaningless for this guy. So this works there, but it won't work outside of it. It will work here until, no, it doesn't, right? because we haven't taken, I don't think we have enough screen for this. I think that's the issue. So unfortunately, it works when we do that. So I don't know if we're going to be able to observe this. I guess what we could do for a one shot is simply just print out our size instead of anything when we render. So we'll make a new render function here. Actually, we'll make a new draw function here. And all we're gonna do here, I'm gonna get rid of everything. Go comment in curly brackets. What the shit, man? Go, come on. What the fine are you doing here? Okay. All right. Am I insane? Go comment in curly bracket. How is that just not working now? What the actual living larks is going on here? All right. Let's go to the runtime, backend, one shot, screen, render. Yeah, now that works. Okay, let's go into the draw function. Okay, so there's a problem with the Vim plugin in this function for some reason. Okay. Wow. Okay, enough insanity. Let's just queue up some writing. And what are we going to write here? We're going to write our width, right? So let's print. Oh, you are slow. Right, let's pass in the size here. How annoying. Okay, that's going to return the buffer size. That is not right. Well, we do store the size there, so even though it's not right, it will work. Okay, so the width is 123. Okay, so that seems right. All right, it's printing the right width, so something else is wrong. What is cross element dependencies? Yes. All right. Okay. Doesn't love multifiers. I'm not sure what that means. Okay, I have to go. I have to take my kids to the store. This has been incredibly productive, but now I must go. Bye for now.